down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow.
Howdy, folks. Welcome back to the Penta Pro Series official VCT off-season event powered by Penta Esports. Joining me today in day two is going to be CA. Hey, day one was amazing, man. God's Reign, an amazing debut to the
Yeah.
tournament where they cleaned Vorpal squad 2-0, with the second map being particularly dominant. And then to finish the day off, we had a grueling affair between Revenant and Reckoning, where map one, it certainly went Revenant's way by a landslide as they completely outread Reckoning Esports, but Reckoning bounced back strong in map two. With the strong resolve to show who they were, they bested Revenant without letting them touch double digits. And hey, we all know how map 3 went, right? It went 13 to 11 CA, and it almost ended up in OT on the back of a highlight. And talk about highlights, right? The amount of highlight reels that we got right out of Ascent yesterday, it felt like madness, my friend. How are you feeling?
Oh man, I remember that ascent. Rio with two clutches in the first half. Harsh almost clutching it out in the last round with that 3K. But I think one thing that was for certain is Revenant clearly establishing that they are one of the favorites to look out for throughout this entire tournament, in not just displaying the consistency that they had within the squad, but also the adaptability to be able to take down a thriving Reckoning, really, and to be able to destroy their morale along the way. But hey, all in all,
Yep.
I'm really excited for our day two action, and I hope we get some similar matches.
Exactly, man. I think the last map of yesterday was also very crucial because the discussion yesterday was who's going to be the dark horse that we're all going to be looking for, right? It either has to
Yeah.
be Revenant or Reckoning, considering the other teams that we have from the South Asia region. Velocity, in my opinion, are the clear favorites to represent South Asia past this playoff
Ooh.
stage. So for me, I feel like Revenant and Reckoning both showed their mettle. And hey, sure, Revenant might have taken the dub 2-1, but Reckoning still has their dreams in the Penta Pro Series alive,
True.
courtesy of this being a double elimination system and courtesy of the lower bracket. So we have a lot to discuss, CA, in this pregame. We have a lot of the tournament still left as we just are about to start day two. So today, we have two best of threes lined up like every other day. And the two best of threes that we have today, I think, are going to be somewhat exciting in the context of watching these teams play after such a long time.
Yeah.
Do you have any expectations about how these teams are going to deal with cold hands? Because it's been a little time from since we've had an event in South Asia, right?
Yeah, and talking about cold hands, right? We've got the return of our one and only South Asian wonder boy, really, in Mohit Wakle, MW1, making a return to the stage to compensate for Deadly being enjoying his time in Brazil right now, representing Team India. And I think for MW1, this is really a redemption arc of sorts, where he's only here for this one tournament, I believe, but it's a
Aw.
way for him to really leave his stamp on the scene and remind everyone why it's just why we like him so much and how talented he is. But on the other hand, I love the fact that you brought up the dark horses remark, because I think the team Velocity is facing off against today. They are the true underdogs, the true dark horses of this entire tournament, White Swing, in that they've got these amazing, talented mechanical players in Easy, Tricky, and of course the likes of Sasmiev, the likes of Heman. And I've seen these players with during my stint with Chilkot, where they're the younger generation that in a year, maybe 2 years, will represent India in the international scene. And I'm excited to see how it's literally the old guard versus the young guard in Velocity versus White Swing. So it's going to be a hell of an affair.
Yeah, to those who are relatively newer to either Penta Esports or this off-season event, all the teams that we have in participation are invited teams. And you might be wondering, who the
Yeah.
hell are White Swing, right? If
Yeah.
you look back a couple of moons ago, they are the winners of the Penta Esports Collegiate League, and hence they've made it all the way to
Yeah.
the Penta Pro Series to now stand a chance to face off against some of the best our region has to offer. And hey, sometimes you only learn by playing against the best, right? That's how you find the path to
Exactly.
improvement. That's why you find your flaws and correct them. And at least for the context of White Swing and this tournament, it's again not a single elimination tournament. So they have a lot of area to learn. They have a lot of area to improve. And heck, they're the ones who are the underdog. They're the ones who have no
Yeah.
pressure on them whatsoever. So they can come out of the gate swinging without anybody expecting anything whatsoever.
Yeah, and of course, because we're playing on the not live patch, we're playing on 5.10, which means it gives all of these teams a moment to really look back into the other team's history, which you don't
Yeah,
have for White Swing. Like, most of these teams are going to have no idea what White Swing plays like, what White Swing can actually bring to the table. So, definitely the opportunity exists today against Velocity Gaming for them to try and pull off an upset. But that's where that experience really comes into the play in the likes of
exactly.
Amit Rasu, with Exceli making his debut as well back at home, so to speak. So it's really exciting for Velocity in their boot camp, I'm sure. So they'll want to make a mark, and no better way to do it than a stomp.
Exactly, man. And like you said, right, nobody knows what to expect from White Swing, especially VLT. See, I've been in the position where, at least in both in Valorant and in past FPSs, I've had the opportunity to play against full-fledged orgs and full-fledged teams. And the pressure
Yeah.
certainly does mount. So it's all about how you deal with the pressure on the fly and while you're in the juices of it. This is a important event for a lot of these players and these teams due to the kind of status, right? They really want to
Yeah.
start competing towards the 2023 end, and that's going to be a completely different rodeo and a landscape. This is going to be a crucial event for them to maybe push their momentum on towards next year. This is the prize pool, by the way. So it's a total of 30,000 USD. The champion, the lion share goes to them, and it's 18 grand. The runners up gets 9 grand, and the winners of this playoff stage will get 3,000 alongside advancing to the finals. If you come runners up in the playoff stage, you just advance to the finale stage, but you don't really get the moolah. So a little bit more incentive for maybe the underdog who might make it to that playoffs final.
Yeah, and like you said, it's all about these playoffs that we have going right now. Of course, we've got Boom and Bleed waiting in the shadows for two teams to emerge and to try and take them down for the big chunk of that prize pool in the $18,000. But right here, right now, the South Asian teams trying to give their best against each other, and we're still in day two. So we've got a long way to go before we actually find out which teams are looking likely to emerge as those top contenders. Because most definitely, like we saw yesterday, Revenant were one of the teams that came out swinging, and Reckoning is a team that's going to want to rally back strong. Similarly, today for Velocity Gaming, it's about making sure they go in with the likes of Revenant and not with the likes of Reckoning in that lower bracket, because for this team, it's not just this tournament, but the entirety of 2023 has to be about a redemption arc, has to be about regaining the glory that many attach to the name of Velocity Gaming from back in the day. And to regain that glory, you got to start right here in one of the last off-season tournaments.
Exactly, man. Just to run you guys through the brackets, if you're just gonna join us today, it's day 2 of this event. Day 1, we had God's Reign taking on VRS. Like I said, a quick 2-0, and Revenant did narrowly edge out Reckoning Esports with them making their way to the upper bracket. So we're gonna see God's Reign taking on Revenant on the 15th, which is what, 2 days from now. So have that in your calendar, ladies and gentlemen. However, today's matches are match 3 and match 4, which is White Swing taking on Velocity Gaming, which is going to happen at 4, and One Chance taking on Exceeli Esports later on today evening at 7 p.m. If you had to take a wild guess, so yesterday we were having this conversation, CA. Every SEA event that's happened in this region so far has ended in an SEA team facing off against an SEA team in the finals, right? You never really see that SA versus SEA finals. Do you think that with the way this event's shaped, that there are 2 SEA teams and there's a playoffs for all the SEA teams, do you believe that there's a chance for SA versus SEA? Because that's what I'm really looking forward towards, but I have my own reservations.
Exactly, right? Like, look, if you ask me as a fan, right, as someone who's come through this SA community, I will say yes, without a doubt, because we've got the likes of Revenant, we've got the likes of Velocity, Reckoning with the Soulmate acquisition as well, coming up swinging, and we've got those teams with the capability. But then you look at Bleed and you look at Boom, and you're like, as an analyst, you're like, yeah, we will keep that conversation on the back burner for now, and we'll come back to it when we reach that playoff stage. We're talking about the matchup we're going to get today, OG. Velocity Gaming versus White Swing. Like you said, White Swing, the team coming up from the Collegiate League. Velocity Gaming, one of the most winningest teams in the South Asian region. Literally, old guard versus young guard, David versus Goliath. But I must say, this David looks quite stacked. Look at the biceps on a few of them. Man,
goodness
damn.
Christ. Yeah, dude. I mean, see, on the creative and off the creative, on the server especially, I've played with and against some of these individuals, and they're nothing but demons. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how they face off against what's been the status quo of the scene in South Asia, right? I've got Easy, SK Wow, He-Man, and Tricky. I've seen these guys across multiple tournaments, let it be, a LAN tournament, an online tournament, a cafe tournament, heck, even a fun tournament. We've seen these guys come up from the rise, and like you said, this could be their calling. This could be what they translate into results and really speak for themselves. Because 2023, heading into that, you really need to have a good plan, a good direction as to where you're going, because it's not going to be as clear cut and as loose as the circuit was in 2022, right? And with this tournament at this time, this is the perfect opportunity for them to make their voices loud and aloud. So they're going to be fanning off against Hellfighter, Exceli, Amaterasu, MW1, and Deathmaker. Now, as they hop into the server and see these names, a little bit of a sweat's going to slowly start to break.
Exactly, and that's why the start to the first map is going to be absolutely crucial. You've got to make sure you put velocity gaming down a notch because look, this team has got pretty much everything else. The only thing that I think they haven't got is practice recently because of all the roster moves with Exceli coming in, with Deadly going over to Brazil. I'm sure they haven't necessarily got the time to get those few scrims in. So the only way you're going to be able to beat this team as White Swing is to get off to an astounding start. You need to be able to get off on the front foot, push them back, and even then, we know that the experience in the likes of Amit Rusu, especially, is going to be able to help Velocity rally back. But man, I've been in that boot camp before, and trust me, if they get off to a strong start, you might as well GGWP go next.
I think that's the case with every matchup where there's an underdog playing against a big dog, right?
True.
The entire point of this is, as an underdog, you do not really have the experience to weather the storm, but if you're the one controlling the narrative from the get-go, it becomes a little hectic for the old guards to try and change it. And that's what we need to look at here, especially when it comes to getting experience, right? We look at a team like VLT. They've been facing off not only against South Asian but also Southeast Asian opposition for quite a while. And once you play against teams of those caliber, it's more important to wither the storm rather than get to a good start. Because when you're playing up against people who you have to punch above, there's a lot of
Mhm.
trump cards that you need to have in your back pocket, not only in the circumstance of a good start, but how you translate that good start into a good half and how you translate a good half into a better finish. That's the entire picture that you need to draw for a victory. It's not going to be, a good start, then we drop off, guys, what happened? You still lose, but you're
Yeah.
able to start, chinking the flaws out, and you're able to slowly root out what your problem is. And that's the process that VLT have gone through years ago. They're an oiled machine at this point, and that's something that White Swing isn't. They are raw beasts, my friend. And wait, we talk about raw beasts. I think half of this is going to be down at the map veto, because the map
Oh
veto
yeah.
decides what kind of fights that are allowed and what kind of fights kind of dictate whose side this kind of favors. On a map like Ascent, I'd still say White Swing has a chance, but once you walk into a map like Haven, which is
Or
revolved around
Breeze.
so much fundamentals, and Breeze, because again, Velocity is one of Velocity's best maps. That's where things start getting a little. Oh wait, what did they just ban Ascent?
Yeah, look at
Oh
this script. It
no.
seems like
Okay.
White Swing have a different plan altogether. Ascent taken out velocity with the fracture ban. Not too surprising, they had the off-meta comp on fracture with the Amitrusu and the Jet, so they take that out of contention. But the bind insta locked for White Swing. Now, this is especially interesting because from recent history, we know that Velocity are relatively comfortable on bind, but no surprises. It's
Exactly, man.
Velocity's strongest map. Breeze picked up instantly if it's available.
I mean, it's Velocity with Exceli back. It's Bind. I'm getting a little
Yeah.
raised nostalgia right now. Maybe we might get it in the end. Who knows? And Breeze drafted in by VLT as we all expected. This is de facto VLT map, if you ask me. Decider on Icebox. Dude, this is such a VLT
Ooh.
favored draft.
I I I think it's really bind that decides this entire draft because Breeze I totally
Honestly.
expect to go Velocity's way.
And Icebox
Icebox
is a
is I'm
stronghold.
actually Yeah, I am, but I'm actually holding my thoughts for Icebox because I've seen Velocity struggle, especially on the defensive half on Icebox. And the way Icebox meta works recently, it really comes down to a lot of aim duels, which is where White Swing may actually thrive. So again, bind especially key because we're likely going to see Exceli go back to his raise, which is a huge comfort for him. White Swing, they've got to make sure they picked up the right map right here because look at the opportunities they have. They could have gone for the Pearl, tried to throw VLT really for a big curve. They could have gone for the Haven and maybe anti-stratted VLT to a certain extent, but they've gone for comfort
Maybe.
in bind, I expect. So maybe they have a plan up their sleeves.
I truly hope they do. And like you said, Icebox, the meta where Icebox and Fracture, right? These are the two maps for me where I feel like the defense 24/7, at least early round, needs to force the fights. Because if you don't force the fights on both these maps, you have no information to base your rotation and your utility out of, which makes it hella more hectic. And if you're playing against a team like VLT, who know how to play pure contact on the back of each other and then dump utility, that's going to be very problematic.
Oh yeah.
I'd say with the team like VLT who are relatively strong in their fundamentals as individuals are going to be harder to exploit. So White Swing not only need to have fate on their side, but also need to be on their A game today if they have to pull off the biggest upset that we've seen in South Asia so far.
Absolutely. And to do that, White Swing, they're going to have to get off to a strong start because Velocity, they picked up the defensive side on Bind. Like you
Oh,
said,
all right, that's going to be hard.
yeah, exactly. They're damn good at making sure they throw utility before body. But again, this is a Velocity that isn't necessarily maybe prepped with each other now. Don't get me wrong, these players have insane synergy with each other. They've known each other for long periods of time, so it shouldn't be difficult whatsoever to be able to fit into the curve. But hey, when players like the ones White Swing have come swinging, it does become difficult. And talking about those players, Uji, there are a couple I want to mention. One, Easy. Now, he's basically the senior figure in this team. He's basically the person the entire team should look towards to weather the storm in case the storm comes through and really look to in the hard times because he's one of the players who's been around the scene for a long time. And secondly, Tricky. Tricky is nuts. There is no better way to describe him. Tricky is
Honestly,
absolutely nuts. He can
I've
take
seen some
over a
of his
map
clips,
single
bro.
handedly. Yeah, he's
Exactly.
nuts, bro. Like straight up.
I feel like one more player that deserves a little bit of credit is SK Wow because
Yeah.
the kind of player that he is, right? I'm not sure if all of you who watch Valorant know him, but he was very renowned back in the day for being an up and coming star in CS. And we've seen a lot of glimpses of brilliance from this man, but we've never seen him completely backed by an organization and a five-man team to kind of prove his mettle, right? We've never really been able to see him contest towards the top of the throne, and for a decent reason as well. This might be his chance where he could pull off an upset, but I still hope that going forward into 2023, these individuals are able to compete at the top level of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and that's the dream they hope to really live up to coming into this matchup. But we've got Bind Breeze and Icebox going into this BO3 series, and I'm sure what's on everyone's mind is what velocity are we going to see? Is it going to be similar compositions with players like MW1 and Exceli just fitting the bill where they can, or is it going to be just out of the bat? Hey, let's everyone pick what you want. Just make sure we've got one controller, one initiator, and it's all good.
See, here's the thing, CA. The one aspect of a good IGL is
Yeah,
to exploit the enemies. And I've seen this
true.
with IGLs like Hellranger. I've seen this with a lot of IGLs across Valorant, where if your basics aren't right, an IGL can quickly figure out where the chink is and exploit it really quick without you having the ability to fight back that easily. So it might take you like 2 3 rounds to just figure out, okay, they're countering this exactly and this is why. So this is the kind of change we need to bring about. And if Tricky and Co are able to maybe survive that, and if they're able to be a little more adaptive on the fly, that's the only saving grace I feel for Wide Swing. Because VLT as a unit,
Mhm.
right? When you look at the entirety of the roster that's playing, Amaterasu, Hellfighter, Deathmaker, uh, you have Exceli as well. These are players who have not only played with each other for quite a while, but individually they have been able to take down Goliaths in the past. So the entirety of the roster has the sixth sense of decision making, which they all trust each other with. And I think that's what's important, CA. When you talk about good IGLs, right? It's not about micromanaging them, it's not about telling them what to do. It's telling them
Yeah.
how to think and letting them do the thinking and letting them do all of the, you know, dirty work in between the place you
Yeah.
want to be and the place you are.
And like you said, right, that trust factor is so crucial. I'm really excited to see which kind of team we see from Velocity because the last time Amitarasu and Excali played together, I was there. Excali was a quiet guy. Like in comms, he would instantly follow decisions, but his ability to actually come through with ideas of his own was relatively inhibited. Then he went on his own journey, went through a couple teams, found Enigma, and really grew into the player he's become nowadays. And that Exceli very different from the Exceli Amitris has played with in the past. And this Exceli is sure to have a lot of ideas, a lot of thoughts on how he wants to play the map. So I really want to see how the team as well as the IGL and Amitris help him fit all that together. Because if they're able to just sort of fix it up nice and easy, then yeah, I do think this should be a simple enough one for Velocity Gaming, where the issues
Exactly.
that they might have really lie in themselves.
In all honesty, I was looking at the brackets, right? I think that with the way the brackets were formed, this is the best possible bracket for BLT. And the reason why is you look at the other teams. You look at teams like Revenant. You look at teams like Reckoning. Heck, you even have you even have teams like One Chance and Exceeli. These are all teams which have survived for way longer than White Swing technically has. So if Velocity hypothetically had a start to this tournament against one of them, it could have been a little harder considering the picture you just drew, right? With this roster just coming back together. So,
Yeah.
in my opinion, there couldn't have been a better bracket for Velocity to start this up bracket run for them here in the Penta Pro Series. And this has the good chance to go maybe 3 maps, but like you said, it's hella dependent on how White Swing perform on Bind. Is there any particular player that you're going to be having your eyes on from both the rosters? Because for me, I really am itching to see how Exceli is back at home, back at his comfort zone. Is he going to be the BM king as usual? And on the other side, like I said, for me, my personal favorite of that entire roster is SK Wow, just because of the amount of clips I've seen from him. I think what for the past 5 to 6 years. So yeah, what about
Yeah.
you?
I think for me, it's definitely Easy and MW1, because on one hand, you've got Easy becoming the senior figure, stepping into a role that he may not necessarily be used to in his usual roster in Meadow, where Badman really takes up that mantle. Where on the other side, you've got MW1, who is sure to be rusty, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure he's still radiant in terms of ranks, so not going to be
Dil se.
rusty in terms of mechanics. No, actually, too, I think he's actually radiant as well. He grinds a lot, but it's a whole different ball game where you're solo grinding and slapping enemies left, right, center, and fitting into a team which is already trying to fit in a new player. So it really
Exactly.
compounds the difficulty to which he's going to step into. And knowing the kind of person he is, he's insanely humble. He gets the work done, and I'm excited to see if he's had any time to gel up with the team and really get his mind on straight.
And I think that's a very important and stark difference, right? There's a lot of people who watch Valorant who have never played for a team and have never at least heard the back end of what a team communication sounds like, on how team chemistry looks like, on how synergy works. And again, you can be Radiant number 5 and you can play
Yeah.
the best Jet, best Chamber, best Sova, or whatever. But as soon as you start playing in a team environment, the entire routine of how you go about a round sort of changes. You need to have different kind of priorities when you're playing in a team rather than when
Yeah.
you're playing solo, when you're playing ranked. Hence, you see a lot of these players make slightly different decisions than you averagely would. So heading into this, now we have the map Veto already. We've already set the battlefield. I'm expecting this to be a 2-0. No disrespect to White Swing. I feel like they're playing against the best team for South Asia in the tournament. So it could not get harder for them than this. But hey, there is no lesson without any kind of pain. There's no story without
Yeah.
any kind of loss. And hey, if you're losing against the best team to open out the tournament and then you're able to make your lower bracket run, that sounds like a Cinderella story in the making already.
Look, as someone whose chap made him do 40 push-ups in yesterday's watch party, the best way to say it is no pain, no gain. Like straight up, man. My shoulders are dead. But
Can you flex for us?
hey, no, I'm good. I think if I flex, I might just die right now. But no pain, no gain. And I think Velocity is gonna have to go through a lot of pain, a lot of pain to be able to emerge victorious, not just in this tournament, but going into 2023, because that's what really the off season is all about. It's about building yourself up in the right way to set yourself up for success heading into Challengers South Asia. And that's where I think a lot of these teams, they have to keep their eyes on the objective. For now, it's round by round, map by map, focus on this BO3, but you've got to start looking in terms of the long-term goals, achieving small macro objectives along the way, maybe better comms, maybe better setups, small things here and there.
Yeah, I think we talked quite a bit about our first matchup, and we should be what about few minutes live from the actual game.
Yeah,
Now, I want to quickly poke your mind about our second matchup before we do end up going into our
yeah.
first best of three. For our second game today at 7 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, we have One Chance taking on Exceli. Now, for those of you who do not know who One Chance is, it's a roster comprised of Caramel. Yeah, for all you old FPS boys, Caramel is back. We also have Pixels, who's not been at least as active as he used to be prior. We have Hika, which
Yeah.
is a very delightful return. I've not seen that man in quite a while.
Yeah.
And to finish off, we have Astro and Markel. And on the other side, on the side of Exceeli Esports, we have Zolo Crazy, we have Mizzy, we have Hermione, we have Rosa, and Kyojin. So, in terms of that matchup, what are your expectations? What do you think the audience should expect? And maybe a scoreline if you could maybe throw it out there in the best of three?
I'm a big fan of the Exceeli boys because this roster, especially
Really?
with Missile and Hermione, I've been seeing for a long time, since the first ever officials in Valorant SA. I've seen this roster try and make it in different conditions, most certainly. But at the same time, like you said, Hika is someone I've literally casted from day one in Valorant from the time
Really?
he made it. Hika ult is, yeah, something I've been through as well. So I'm excited to see his return because I think he's really evolved as a player. He's no longer that raise one trick prony. He can play a lot of different roles. And in this particular roster, he's effectively a senior figure to the likes of Caramel. So for Hika, it's really about stepping up and living up to that one chance he's got.
Yeah, true. And for the context of this matchup, I kind of am rooting for Caramel quite a bit. And that's due to a personal reason. I've seen this man deliver plays which cannot be explained. You talk about players like SK Rossi, you talk about players like Deathmaker. Back in the day, he was a prodigy going towards the same trajectory. And we didn't really see him switch to Valorant when it kind of was the meta of this region. And he held back on it due to maybe personal reasons, due to external reasons. Those are beyond me, and I choose not to have any reservations on it. But now, heading into 2023, if he wants to make a return to his glory FPS legacy that he left behind, this could be the
Mhm.
perfect way to do so, man. Imagine having this perfect opportunity where you not only have the off-season event to participate in, but with a team like this, like you said, Hika, who
Yeah.
was a phenomenal talent from back in the day. We have Astro as well. If I'm not wrong, Astro and Markel are both Filipino, and
Yep.
Pixels is a player that we've seen across multiple rosters. In fact, Pixels was in Reckoning. I think the
Yeah.
last we had a cast over him. So having players from every back alley in esports is good to see in one roster, because at the end of the day, it's like the boys are gonna go out and play.
Yeah, exactly. It's the only mixed roster we've actually got in the playoffs right here. So it's very different from the white swing that we're going to see come into play, where that roster has a lot of experienced players. Even Caramel, I would count him as one of the experienced players because, like you said, he's got a long history in CSGO. So for him to try and bring that into play into Valorant, it's been something that he's been waiting for a long, long time, I think. He's been with the Enigma Gaming squad for so long, but he's seen them go from success to success to success, and he's never really gotten to prove himself, never really got that chance to step up to the mark. So I'm excited to see how he's able to take again that one chance, a really fitting name for them all together. But hey, let's bring our conversation back towards White Swing and Velocity, because in that David versus Goliath aspect, right, we've got the likes of White Swing. I'm sure they're licking their lips and waiting for a chance to just take a crack at that old guard. But like we've been talking about, that Veto slightly Velocity favored. It doesn't feel like any particular map. I'd say if there is any map that Velocity might be slightly troubled by, it's probably Icebox, and that's map number 3.
Maybe. The one thing I love about Velocity and Bind is the fact that they have multiple compositions that they can still make use. Different
Yep.
sentinels, different duelists. Heck, we even see them pull off the jet on Bind, which personally I think is a throw, because a raise alongside double controller, double initiator, having more sentinels makes so much more sense than having a double
Yeah.
duelist, but they're still able to make that work to such a good effect. So this roster in and of itself being so fluid with their agent composition, I feel like is one of the more important reasons as to why they could be one of the best. And that's something I feel like a lot of up and coming teams should take a note of. Sometimes it's not
Yeah,
only about how deep your map pool is, but how deep your agent pool is, on how you can pull off different
yeah.
compositions to the same magnitude of success. And we've seen that in the past from a team like Revenant. When they were on the come up, they displayed that they're not only good with the agents that are purely based on duels, but they also could take utility set agents and just commit perfect site executes, play on the back of each other brilliantly. And those resilient rosters at the end of the day is what, you know, gains consistency, because you don't control who you're facing off against, but you control how you face off against them.
Absolutely. And like you said, it's all about controlling that pace for both of these teams. For White Swing, they're going to want to get off to a good start. They're going to want to make sure that they're feeling confident, because while we've seen young players thrive in momentum, it's really that aspect that comes into play where when they're out of momentum, when they're not necessarily hitting their shots, when one of the headhunter bullets goes slightly awry, is when they might start feeling that extra bit of pressure. And it does start to become like a pressure cooker effectively, where they will blow up. Their mental may not necessarily remain as strong if things don't go their way. But the same cannot be said about Velocity. And for Velocity, it's not just about the start, it's about the entire matchup. Because, like you said, they've got an easier bracket compared to what they could have faced. And really, in that situation, they're going to have to make their best of it, look to use this bracket to not just build that team synergy going through this tournament, but also, once again, make their mark and establish that they are one of the top teams to look out for.
Exactly. And for those who are just joining us, by the way, like we said in the start of the stream, this is going to be the old patch that's going to be played, where it's the broken chamber that's going to be in full effect. By the way, I think we had a discussion about this yesterday. I want to have your opinion as well. What would
Yeah.
you play against? Would you rather play against the peak broken jet or peak broken chamber? Because I'd play against peak broken jet because it's possible to deal with the peak broken jet. It's almost impossible to deal with the chamber unless your KO use perfect utility usage, and in an ideal
Man,
world, in a professional setting, there's never going to be perfect utility usage.
I'm telling you, I've played against Peak Broken Rays in beta, where she had two nades. Her nade
Oh,
had
don't,
hit
don't, don't,
scan,
don't, don't,
hit
don't.
stun. And like,
I remember the
after
clip
that
on
race,
Split, two nades and bam, ace. Dude, that's
no,
PTSD
and
stuff.
the
That's why I didn't
crazy
play much in the
part,
beta.
like the most crazy part was on top of the two nades, her nades have hit stun, which for the viewers who might not know what it is basically when you get shot, you know how you get slowed down? That's what hit stun is. And that nade had hit stun. How are you supposed to escape the freaking nade if it's going to stun you and slow you down? And that race was absolutely cancerous. But to answer your
Especially
question
when you had
directly,
two of them, though.
yeah, exactly. I think I would rather actually play against Peak Broken Chamber, because I'm a
Wow.
big KO fan. I'm a big KO
Okay, makes
fan. And
sense. Makes sense.
yeah, he's gonna be like, "You want to play?" I'll be like, "Nah, just eat my knife, bro. No playing for you." Next.
That explains why you're such a nice person, dude. You're so salty in game that all the salt just goes there. Off the game, you're just, dry sea.
True.
I'll be honest, like Breach, Broken Sky, and Broken KO. These were the three worst agents to play against. I think Breach especially, because Sky you can at least, dodge the flash to some extent because you can hear it coming. But when Breach
Yeah.
is absolutely broken and he had the three flashes and the flash were Imba, that was something that was straight up a holy experience. And I want to have that
Yeah.
only once a year, not every day when I walk into Valorant.
Exactly. And really, like you said, right? I think we're gonna have to see teams for one last time, I guess, live up to that Chamber life, because Chamber is dead in the
And MW1
future
is here to
meta.
play, dude. I think that's the,
Yeah.
storyline. Because MW1 Chamber both are deadly
Ooh.
together. The last event where Chamber is gonna be this broken, maybe the last event for MW1, like you said. So a lot could be unfolded in this first game.
Yeah, definitely. And I just want to see teams utilize that chamber to the maximum of their capabilities. It is literally one last affair that they've got with those beautiful weaponry. But hey, I think we're quite close to getting the match started. So don't you fret. Make sure you've got yourself ready with the snacks, because once we get going, this is a train that isn't going to stop. Once
Doesn't
we get
stop,
going,
yeah.
it's yeah, exactly. It's I forget which that movie is called. There's this one movie where there's this guy stuck on a train and he has to make it stop, but at the same time, if it goes below a certain speed, a bomb will explode or something like that. And I feel like that's basically our match today, where it's
I
going to be
remember that for
extremely
the
fast.
bus, bro. Are you talking about speed?
Huh. Yeah, it might be speed. Yeah, maybe it was a
The one
bus.
where
I'm not
he's taking the bus to the airport, they remove the, bomb, the spike or whatever from the bottom of the bus, and they're able to save everybody at the end of the day. Dude, that movie was like 2010, man. Are you living in
Yeah,
nostalgia or
it's
something?
old movie. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. Very old movie. And the reason I think our match today is going to be like that is I expect White Swing to live up to their name and to really come in all guns blazing and try to really take down VLT down a notch. And I don't think VLT is the kind of team who's going to be like, okay, you know what? These guys are playing so recklessly. Let's play extremely disciplined and answer them. No, no, they're going to take the fight to White Swing. They're going to look to put the kids in their spot and tell them to
Fight fire
sit
with
the
fire?
heck down.
I mean, I kind of see that coming because, like, you look at the top three that are there in South Asia, right? At
Yeah,
least for the past year, we've had GE, EG, and VLT.
yeah.
In my opinion, if you're a newer team and you're looking to compete to the throne of South Asia and you have to compete against these three, I feel like GE and EG fundamentally are harder teams to play against because most of their strats and most of their playstyle revolves around punishing the aggression and more or less playing to their own strengths. So there I feel like you have somewhat of a point because VLT, sure, they might be relatively fresher with this roster, they might be a little more loose, and that's where you can maybe find your edge and exploit them.
Yeah, definitely. And it's all about finding the chinks in the armor for Velocity Gaming. And we've seen the rosters, like you mentioned, Enigma Gaming, we've seen Global Esports, and recently even Revenant really live up to that, find those chinks in the armor
Exactly.
and punish the heck out of Velocity. So it's not like it's not possible. It's just about White Swing finding the right mojo to make it happen.
And that's something you mentioned Revenant, right? And
Yeah.
I feel like it's important to mention both Revenant and Reckoning with the kind of roster that they've put together for this year with inculcating foreign talent with our domestic talent
Yeah.
as well. One of the best moves that we've seen so far. Because take it from me, I've seen esports in the past, especially FPS, where foreign talent has come into South Asia and helped develop the scene in quite a way. It helps improve our fundamentals as a region altogether. And with them having what two Indian players now, you also have the opportunity to then knowledge transfer and to improve the scene. With multiple teams taking this route, I never thought this was going to be the case for Valorant in South Asia, and that's one thing that I'm pleasantly happy for.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, the road for South Asia coming into next year is looking absolutely brilliant. It's the development we've seen over the last few years. For me personally, it's absolutely outstanding the way the teams have gone about slowly but surely increasing their foundations from the Revenant days where they picked up the God Particles roster and they would come so close to success but just fall away to now we're having these mixed rosters that are really stepping up to the mark, getting those foreign coaches in the likes of Malik's doing a brilliant job altogether in making sure they're not just a strong squad but a consistent unit. And the same for Reckoning, right? They're looking for talent, but not necessarily talent that everyone may know of. They're making sure they put their scouting work in. But hey, at the
Exactly.
end of the day, I think what all the fans want to see is that all SA, all Indian roster really take everyone apart, and that's what Velocity offers.
Hmm. In all honesty, I feel like this Reckoning roster that you mentioned is one of the best Reckoning rosters that was ever put together. And I really hope for their sake that they have a deeper run into this tournament from that lower bracket. And I think we're just getting
Uh-huh.
news from the back end
Yeah.
that one of the players from White Swing is not able to make it in time due to, I don't know, personal reasons maybe. And I think it's going to be a forfeit. So there should be a de facto map victory for
Yeah.
VLT. Although this being a best of three, White Swing still do have a small chance. And yeah, that
I mean, the
criteria that buy
bind.
needs to go their way. You're saying something, CA.
uh, it's falling apart before it even starts. This is where like you want a White Swing and the ranked game, and your PC just decides to give up. You're just like, yeah,
Oh
go ahead,
goodness
White Swing,
Christ.
and instead you pick up a bat and you start White Swinging on your damn PC. Is like start. already. And man, what can we do? And
Uh,
like you said, it was just technical reasons. They were given as much time as was humanly possible for, of course, within reasonable limitations, and they're just not able to make it into the lobby. So Velocity will be able to pick up that map one, and just like that, we're gonna head towards a small break. Pick up on your snacks, and if you haven't finished it, gobble it up real quick because we're gonna come back right on Breeze.
down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to 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 flow.
So I don't know what's wrong with me. I kind of get hooked to every intro video's music, like every one of them, especially the team intro music. And yeah, I think we're just on a different vibe, me and UCA. We're just
Yeah.
excited to get this game on the way. And for you, those at home, ladies and gentlemen, the last player from White Spain did finally make it, so we should be live with map 2 of this best of 3 as Velocity did get map 1 of the forfeit victory. So you know what? We talked so much about bind and how it's very important for White Swing. Yeah, that's in the bin now. Let's straight
Yeah.
let's straight up change the discussion to Icebox because
Who?
that's where the battle's gonna happen, right? And like we mentioned, Icebox it's a VLT
Breeze.
stronghold. So White Breeze, my bad. But yeah, Breeze being mapped to it's a VLT stronghold, and it's always been a staple for VLT. So this makes the road for White Swing infinitely harder. And like we
Yeah.
were discussing, all that we can hope is White Swing entered this matchup without having that in the back of their head.
Absolutely. And I think for White Swing to do that, they've just got to reset completely. Personally, my routine, especially right before a cast, if things go wrong, is I have a specific song that really riles me up and makes me forget everything else. And maybe they've got a song for them. Maybe they just need to punch the wall a few times. Wait, whatever you need to do, it works, all right? As long as you get into the lobby
Punch
with
a
your head.
wall. Bro, they need to use the hands to use the mouse after that, so be careful with what you suggest. Well, punching walls aside, the wall that has to be punched right now is on Breeze. And again, that wall has VLT written all over it. Map 3, if it goes the distance, that's if White Swing do end up winning on Breeze, will go then later to Icebox, which, like you said, CA, VLT might have a couple of chinks in their armor on the defense, but I feel like
Yeah.
across the board, VLT at every position are just better, and I just consider them the strong favorites based on that.
Yeah, and talking about Breeze too, right? I'm actually curious about what kind of composition we're going to see VLT run because I'm assuming you've got Deathmaker playing that chamber role, which leaves
Yeah.
MW1 and Exceli to really dash it out for the jet. Likely MW1's going to pick up the jet, which probably puts Excali on a sky, and we might see Amaterasu, therefore, just defaulting back to a Viper that I must say he does not necessarily personally love playing, but he plays it phenomenally well still.
Yeah, and it's the last time that we're going to see Viper to the same effect, right? Especially with her ultimate. And you did
Yeah.
mention that Deathmaker might go for the chamber. I still feel like there's a world where Deathmaker goes for the jet and MW1 gets the chamber. I still think that that could be a very viable option considering that it's still going to be the old chamber, right? So it's very
There's one
feasible for
more
him to
option.
just alarm bot halls, go towards A or
Yeah.
B, or even take care of halls or even towards mid. There's a lot of permutation combinations possible, especially with the kind of lineup that VLT has, right? Almost every player is comfortable playing every role. Like you look at a
Yeah.
player like Helaf. He started off as an initiator demon, then turned into a controller, then back to an initiator. You look at Right to Ace as well, right? He was the de facto Sova of VLT, but he was also able to turn to other roles and make them work very viably. And I feel like that's a very important strong point of VLT. The fact that all of their players are very multi-role focused. And one thing as a player, especially professionally, right? If you're able to
Yeah.
fill all the roles, like let's say you're a duelist main, but you're also able to play initiator and controller, it gives you a sixth sense as to how your enemies will be playing. If you're playing against the Viper, you might know the trick the Viper uses, you might know the position the Viper uses, you might know the common off angles he plays. So it makes your job as a duelist a little more easier and gives you a much more better overall understanding of the entire game.
I will say there's one agent that I really want to see, but I'm pretty sure we're not going to see, which is Helef Cypher. He really established
Yeah.
himself in the meta on Breeze with his lurks, but it's very unlikely because there's nobody else to play that
A
solo. But
A
hey, we
A
won't
A
have to
A.
wonder any longer.
You
I
might just
don't
get
think
it,
these
CA.
are our final picks because if they are, I'm going to lose my mind completely.
I
Like,
mean, I'm a
no
fan
way.
of the Rena. After the buff, I feel like
Yo,
Rena is still
yo,
viable.
yo!
Let's go! High five, CA.
Let's get it. Oh my god, MW1 on the Reina too. It's pure comfort right here for velocity and all enabled by Excali's flexibility. A big shout to all the velocity fans in the chat and watching that. This Excali showing up is again not the Excali they know of before, not the Excali who struggles to pick up different roles. He's a pure flex player and one of the best in the business in our region.
On to flex, eh? I like the conversation on the other side as well. You know, double initiator, you have the Viper, you have the Chamber, you have the Jet. It feels like for both sides, this draft is well rounded. Although, you know, considering that we are going to see Helef Cypher, something that we haven't seen in a while, we're going to see Exceli Silva. So, without a doubt, it's going to be more than just an interesting matchup to see how these old names stack up in roles that we've not seen them in before, and we've seen them after such a long time in.
And man, this is gonna be a pain for White Swim because I'm gonna tell you, right? Velocity, they're gonna have one button glued to their keyboard, which is W. W, W, W all the way through, and then there's gonna be this tiny, annoying rat-like creature almost in LF just sneaking his way in, and he's just going to piss everyone in White Swing off. They were like, how are we supposed to
100%.
White Swing if he just comes through random corners?
No, I completely get it. I've even played against Helef like once or twice. It's damn annoying, man. That guy knows how to get the best of you. And trust me when I say this, you do not want to play against a Cypher, especially when you're trying to get your W on, right? For a team like White Swing, if they really want to try hitting sites, I feel like the KO could have been maybe a good alternative here. But again, they're running double initiator in the sense that both the initiators get information. So it's a small trade-off. Again, when we're talking about initiators, right, there are two kind of initiators. One is the complete information initiator who gets the information for your duelist as to where the enemies are so that the duelist can then formulate their attack. The second kind of initiator you have is the setup initiator. When we talk about setup initiators, you look at initiators like Breach. I think it's a prime example of how setup could be done brilliantly. You can push your enemies off position, you can set your teammates up with flashes, you can set your teammates up with the stun, you can set the entire execute up with your ultimate. So I feel like with the lack of that setup kind of initiator from the side of White Swing, it's going to be a little hard for them to get full on executes. But with the context of them having full information as to where the enemy is, it sets up both the Chamber and the Jet to get the best possible odds entering a gunfight, which is what they need to abuse if they need to get this map under their belt.
I didn't actually pay attention to which side White Swing picked up because it was their choice, but I'm kind
I
of
think
worried
it's
they
White
went for
Swing
the
on
classic
defense,
defense. No, I must say, Velocity on an attack are an absolute nightmare. I think they would have picked
especially
attack
Deathmaker,
willingly
man.
too. Exactly. You've got Deathmaker on his
On his
most
Jet.
comfortable agent. You've got MW1 ready to say hasta fuego to anyone who comes in his way. And then you've got Helef just waiting to go bald mode. Like he just wants to take his hat off and tip it to his enemies. Either ways, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go into map 2. Let me remind you, because Velocity with a 1-0 lead right now in this series. Setting themselves up for some mid aggression, looking for that mid to be split, and already
What
we've
the
got
hell,
fights
bro?
ensuing,
How?
and Deathmaker
How?
is just popping the heck
Wait,
off.
bro, why? Why are you doing them like this? Deathmaker starts the round off with the quad kill, and as soon as the barriers drop, so do the bodies for White Swing. They're just jumping around. They want to give him the ace. Are we gonna get the ace? Come on, Death. Oh, okay, he gets denied.
Ooh.
Alright, SK wow. I mean, he got a couple of frags here and there, cool, but I think VLT all in all should have this round secured. Deathmaker, man, starts the game off with a highlight reel.
See, and with the next patch, we're likely going to see with Chamber dead, right? Jet really bounce back into the meta. So Deathmaker clearly making a case for himself. Like, hey guys, I know we've got a couple Jet players in our team, but let me just remind you what my name is. It's Deathmaker, and I will make sure to absolutely annihilate, to wreak pure carnage on the opposition if you give me that Jet. And already with that 4K, he's got his hands on a Wander with full shields, no less. Here,
Yep.
OG, he's going to look to push in strong, and a 5-man stack for Velocity Gaming onto this B site. But already you can see Ricky trying to answer back, gets shut down, and that will be an easy side gain for Velocity.
Exactly. Like you said, you know, they need to fear the W. Well, the W is upon them, my friend. They've almost cleaned house here with Deathmaker being the only casualty courtesy of Ezzy. But even Easy goes down. MW1 now with the squad of his own as the duelists from VLT aren't shy from taking the duels whatsoever ever since minute 1. 2-0 as VLT keep it relatively clean. They can enter the next round with Deathmaker on his blades. And we expect nothing but a W yet again.
Exactly. for Velocity Gaming, especially now on the bonus where they get to play with those Vandals on Depmaker and MW1. MW1 actually going in for the investment, even though it is a bonus. They're basically playing racing against each other where they're like, no, I will be MVP. No, I will be MVP. And you can see raring to get going, looking for the fights already. That maker already shuts down easy, and it's not looking so good for White Swing. The swing's not paying off, but MF got in. He-Man, they answered back in VLT. They have to slow down for a moment.
Yeah, the double initiators finally find a response, but Amaterasu sneaking in through mid finds MF God, which was a solo man towards A. Rotations being committed by White Swing, but they're slow and steady. If it's off the old saying, that's how you win the race, but this race has a timer on it, and that's the spike ticking. They need to make their move here quick, White Swing, and it seems like they've opted for Tricky to go for the flank, while both He-Man and SK Wow try to punch in from the back lines and the door. Matarasu is playing brilliantly on the back of his cover though. And, oh, okay, he's given away audio cue, and Exceli finding SK Wow gives the room for Matarasu now to breathe. Although with Exceli being in somewhat of an exposed position, it leaves him vulnerable to He-Man, who's now going to come his way through defender spawn, and Matarasu deals with Tricky. It's like they have the perfect synergy to know when they play off each other and who they're gonna target at what time. Because that post plant was just pure comms and playing off each other there.
Yeah, but White Swing completely separating in the advantageous position. It was a 3v2 man advantage. You don't want to split up and give 1v1 isolated duels to the likes of Amaterasu and Exceli. Exceli especially able to get the plant down and use the shock darts to really force them back, but then giving them the opportunity to find those duels. White Swing made a grave error, and they pay the price with their buys. Their economy devastated, Velocity now in full control, and Depmaker, he's got his hands on the daggers.
Empress!
The eye coming online, the Blade Storm ready to play, but MW1 says no, 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 the Empress is how we're going to play, baby. He finds one.
Yeah.
Ricky though answering back with the flank.
And look at Easy. This could be the big flank that might set them up. I'm not sure if they yet expected, although Exceli now has eyes. Exceli doesn't have his head anymore. No, the shot from range, and Tricky actually finds it. Yet again, it falls down to Amaterasu, but this time it's MW1 to join him. MW1 dismissed, and he's able to make it work. The collateral to give them the fighting chance, and Amaterasu on the clutch. The most experienced member on VLT. And He-Man trying to stick the half. He is dead to his rights. VLT keeping the scorecard clean. Despite a valiant effort from White Swing, they simply aren't able to shut down and close out the rounds despite having advantages.
We see glimpses, really, of the potential of these White Swing players. Some brilliant shots.
Impression, that was sad, that Kolat.
Yeah, especially because his Empress was just about to expire. It was in his dying
Exactly.
as well. He gets the collat, he gets the reset, and it all just falls into place. 4-0 now for Velocity Gaming, and Amaterasu 1 point away from his Viper split, but the double op setup ready for White Swing. They've got Tricky and Easy each trying to find a pick, both really playing heavily towards his mid angle, conditioned off of Velocity's initial progression towards that mid area, but Velocity instead getting themselves ready for a Halls to execute. They've got Depmaker in an advanced position. They're just
They set up
waiting
the
for
wall.
some aggression.
Yeah, the execute's now in full effect, and Deathmaker's gonna be the X factor here. He's gonna pounce when the rest of his team are beckoning for it. The ult disposed of, and Amaterasu now can sit comfortably for the plan. MW1 pushing the back lines like an absolute demon. Was still able to find MF, who wasn't ready for it whatsoever. Sight conceded. Operator heavily damaged. The round far from their grasp, and MW1 the dismiss. The only opening that White Swing found that round, and it just fleets away from them, man. This is why we call this map a VLT stronghold.
Yep. And really, again, Velocity Gaming showing their might on Breeze. 5-0 now. NOG at this point. The worries that we had for the White Swing members really coming online. It's not even like they're fumbling on their own accord. It's more like Velocity is this nigh unstoppable, overwhelming force that is continuously able to just push them down again. Going back to that mid area, looking for
Oh
an early
no,
split, but this
easy.
time MW1. It's that crouch, man, and the tour de force now taken offline, but Velocity still trying to play that fake. Look at LF's luck set up towards A.
Yeah. The only other hope they have is Tricky on the blades to do substantial damage. And SK WoW removed from the battlefield as well. MW1 alongside Deathmaker, almost making it feel like a free-for-all at this point, as they just take duels across the map by their whim and by their own accord. Deathmaker should be able to find a vulnerable MF where Hellfighter finishes off Tricky. And at this point, it's gonna be a change of pace that's required from Team White Swing. There needs to be some change in approach, because if the duelists are so spread and so aggressive, there are opportunities for you to pick them off on the back of support and team play, and that's something that we'll need to start to see them do. Otherwise, Velocity are gonna keep exploiting what's already working, and it goes back to the same saying, eh? Don't fix something that's not broke.
Exactly, and Easy is a brilliant anchor, so I just want to see them group up in trios, leave Easy to anchor, and play aggressively, get Tricky into these forward positions where he can take those advantageous fights, and they might be looking to do
Look at the
exactly
push.
that here.
I don't think they expect Tricky, and the drone might just give Tricky the opening that he's vying for. He finds a frag on Amaterasu, has the opportunity to now fall back, although he still could be intercepted hypothetically. And we've got delayed the peak from Deathmaker, and that was all the way from the back lines. So they were trying to hit A from both the sides yet again, VLT. The same strat that we saw them do 2 rounds ago, but it hasn't worked whatsoever, and hence now they're looking for a contingency. Being a man down, the position of high value now is held by Hellfighter, who's holding down that mid rotation. As long as VLT are able to make this execute work without losing a single member, this should still be a very VLT favored round. And it's all going to be on Easy to try and deliver this round on a silver platter for White Swing.
Velocity happy to play it slow though. We'll get the plant down, and Exceli has his Hunter's Fury to play the post, but like you said, it's all down to Hellfighter in this post, but Exceli taken down, that's a key ultimate taken away. Even more so pressure on Hellfighter. While MW1 on this side, he's got the double orbs. All he needs is one pick to reset on that dismiss. Buy Hellfighter some time, but instead, Hellfighter picks up the pace. The Seekers revealing both of their presence, and now MW1. He's got the Empress online, but he will not find the pick. White Swing get themselves on board in a crucial round, no less. And again, it's that proactivity coming into play. Tricky picking out that Viper nice and early. Amaterasu taken off, and it really does slow down an aggressive team in all regards, not having that Viper on board.
And that's the first round on the board for White Swing, so this is something that they need to replicate far more often if they have to stand a chance. And mind you, they have saved that operator, right? So it's still possible for Easy to just man a site solo and for them to stack towards the other side. That's okay. This setup, something that I don't really, find that enticing. The Viper and the Chamber playing the same side. It feels like they're just committing too much hold towards B while there's something, it's almost non-existent towards A. They're just relying on this Hall's aggression to pan out.
Yeah, they're playing that trio aggression again, but they've left site completely empty, so effectively playing retake on that A side, but it will be that fast retake. The idea for MF God to look for the fights as much as possible, and he's managed to delay them to a large extent, but the Hall's aggression denied, meaning now LF is finding his way through the halls. He's lurking in the shadows, looking for his way in, but White Swing, they hold on to side. The backup is Nai, and LF taken down as well, puts Velocity in an impossible spot, but impossible is what Reina thrives at, Ocean.
Exactly. All we need is to get the ball rolling, and MW1 with the start that process off. Deathmaker on this operator can play a very, very good point on this defense. They essentially swing out of Deathmaker's contact. That wall is going to be slightly problematic. SK WoW is essentially going to force the hand of MW1 to peak prematurely, although MW1 now joined with Amaterasu as they both just lie in wait. It's like a firing squad almost, and the frag from behind. Deathmaker now the only man to survive from BLT. Plan not necessarily for him, but the White Swing! Easy! demolishes Deathmaker and claims the second round for White Swing. Whew, that came close. That came very close to disaster, but it was mitigated, and White Swing get another crucial round under the belt.
Enemy remaining.
White Swing really living up to their name. Easy playing this beautifully, taps out the spike and then goes for that slightly wider swing. Catches that maker off guard, and like I said, a crucial round picked up for White Swing now because they are able to push back against the might of Velocity. Now they've still got a lot of money Velocity. They've got the knives as well as the neural theft, so they can try to play 4 picks along that line, but instead looking
Not like
for that early
this.
tunnels aggression. That maker, he shuts them down. Hello with yet another Velocity pick up right where they left off in terms of that pace.
Nice shot.
And when it's fast and nigh Velocity, they rain high. But easy. Managed to slow them down. He's picked up one, but all alone. Likely to get revealed.
Needed that
He's not
shot.
going to be able to hold it down.
Oh, disgusting. He can still do this though. They isolate these frags. The headhunter out in the nick of time. But that could have been the frag on Exceli. He was just a teeny bit sharper with his aim. And VLT, yet again, that split and pick approach pans out in their favor.
Here.
And it almost ended up working if VLT were a little more sloppy towards this B side. It could have been easy picking for Ezzy. A valiant effort, however.
Spike down B.
And
The
again,
rounds in the first half are dying down, see it. This is the moment where White Swing need to dig deep within their boots and find a little bit of resilience.
they're still electing to play on site though, and I feel like this plays right into Velocity's hands. MF God's position revealed. Tricky though, playing along that wall. But with MF God taken down, Tricky falling prey to that recon. Velocity, they make the trades come true and they get the site. Much more favorable for the attackers because now they've got the plant. They can afford to play the post, but they haven't got the Viper Poison to back off, and they are vulnerable to a quick retake. It's all down to Easy. He picks up a weapon, and SK, wow, he'll kick them off. For Velocity now starting to back off. Amitrusu trying to play Secret Agent inside though.
One enemy remaining.
Taken out of the picture. It's all on DM. Man's known for his aim, but there is no way that he outduels 3 people swinging him at the same time. And White Swing, yet another small step towards victory, as the score now stands 7-3. And VLT, they need to maybe just play off mid and not towards the site. Maybe that could be a viable change, as almost every round they've taken mid, it's been a dub.
Yeah, it's all about that early contact, right? Because every time they take mid, they get those early engagements against White Swing, and they're able to make those engagements work in their favor. But I think even when they take side, the issue isn't really with the take. It's more about the post plants where that
And the
maker
fights,
could have maybe
yes.
played off Amitrusu's contact over there, but instead more solo focused. They get shut down now. Heller,
No!
he's gonna hear Tricky go up, and he's able to take him down. Now looking for the neural theft to give his team the information of exactly where all the defenders are. And with the Viper Spit set up in that A site, with all the information in the world, Velocity, they're gonna play the mind games. They're gonna look
I
for
like
the
this.
rotate,
White
leave
Swing aren't
Amit
falling
to
for
receive
this. Look at the rotation here, White Swing. They know that this is going to be a B-side hit. At least they're having that inkling in the back of the mind. If they trust their gut instinct, this could be a round that we'll remember for quite a while. Although Amaterasu doing what's necessary to buy a little bit of distraction towards that A side. Deathmaker, well, he's like, I am the distraction, my friend. Let me swing into the angle. And that's exactly where He-Man emerges. Finds a double, but he's 3 away from an ace and 3 away from saving the round. Look at Hellfighter. Dude, this is why I hate playing against this guy. He's such a cheeky player, and he always finds these kind of angles on you. At one moment, you'll be like, bro, do I look front or do I look back?
Last round before the switch.
Love seeing Heller back on that cipher. You can see the
On
confidence.
that lurk roll.
Yeah, on that lurk roll, exactly. The confidence really showing up too to even take that early engagement, right? Where his team making that early noise towards mid, he knows that White Swing are likely to answer back. Is able to catch out a bird fluttering in the air in Tricky. and shut him down. That neural theft really setting up Velocity for success. But Velocity now in a really good spot to close out this next round with the economy of White Swing devastated. Ricky's got his knives, and I'm surprised he hasn't dropped his Vandal to one of his teammates. He could just choose to play off his knife.
Hellfighter. Cage to perfection, and it buys him enough time and aggro. That was a heartbreak for MF got to lose. Tricky, he finds a duel against Deathmaker and wins it out. The only dub that White Swing have gotten in this round thus far. MW1, they're gonna play ultra aggressive with the Empress, and the Hunter's Fury deals with Tricky. Tricky did his very best to hold on to that round, but nobody else from White Swing able to deliver any kind of lethality whatsoever.
Switching
As
sides.
again, aim deal simply going the way of VLT in the grander scheme of things.
Look at that. That tattoo on his wrist says it
Exactly,
all.
man.
DM King indeed.
If you had a chance to get a tattoo, what would you get and where would you get it?
I do want to get tattoos, actually, a lot of them. I want my entire sleeve done up, and I think we'll definitely incorporate elements of Valorant, but I don't think that will ever be my name. I don't think I could be Wayne in that way, but maybe like some Astra here and there. I do love Astra myself. She's my favorite agent in terms of the sass that she's got, really. And you can see Helef, as soon as the Cypher trips got buffed, he's put in the time. He's found those longer trips that he can use to his advantage, and these are so annoying for a Jet trying to smoke dash in, and with
Exactly,
Tricky
bro.
already activated that. He's gonna be smart
back.
though, and
Here.
Found these two picks initially, and one was all the way towards the bottom of mid. White Swing, look at the positions on the minimap, bro. They're being put in a box without them even knowing it. Their only hope is to find a deal towards this B site, which is yet to be given away from VLT. You can see VLT, they're being very patient. They have every avenue under lock and key, and they're just relying on White Swing to be the initiators of the fight, which, hey, Tricky goes down in a body bag, but MF God and He-Man, again, this initiator duo is trying to do their very best for White Swing. Without their team pulling the weight with them, it becomes a little harder, especially when you're playing up against a team like VLT, who are experts in punishing these kind of fundamental errors.
And
a
White
massive
Swing really
lead now.
need to take mid control, man. They cannot afford to try to play hard on site, because Velocity, they're going to be happy to play the rounds exactly the way they did this now, where you've got Cypher anchoring down one side, the Viper on another. It makes it that much harder. Like, even if you take the site, you're going to likely be denied the plant. So mid control is the name of the game. You try and exploit the fact that Velocity's only got that Sova as the solo initiator. Try and make it work for White Swing in an impossible position. They've already lost one, and the Marshal making them pay Deathmaker. Farming. Like, it's no business. Jesus.
The Marshal truly showing the power of DM King. And MW1 is oh no,
Spike down
He-Man.
mid.
My praise go out to you, my friend. I truly do. Exceli should get the shock dart kill. Oh, Tricky! Disgusting shot! Disgusting shot!
Oh!
It's all on Hellfighter! An ace and a dream! Tricky! He's pulled up his sleeves. He's ready to do the dirty work. But does he have enough muscle to get past this tussle? No! Hellfighter denying Tricky his dream. And VLT almost letting that one fall out of their hands, but they'll be happy that this happened in the second round. Now they can just invest into Vandals and finish the job that they started off. But still, give these frags away to a guy like Tricky. Never know how he's gonna make his resurgence. Luckily,
Yeah, exactly.
map 1 already went the way of VLT. Otherwise, this could have been a nice warm-up game for White Swing.
Oh, absolutely. You can see Tricky, especially really turning up now with that 4K picked up, so maybe that resurgence is exactly what they need for Velocity. Reading them like a book, they're expecting that A hit, and they've set up both of their anchors on this site. The utility to delay the recon coming in as well to make sure they don't get away. Velocity, they make them pay. match and series point picked up for Velocity Gaming, and
Match point.
aye. This is why mid control is key. You waltz into sight.
Exactly.
Even without that cipher, that wipers over, they make mincemeat of them.
Especially this composition, right? The kind of utility that this composition has, it makes my stomach hurt if I'm an entry player. And White Swing, the last leg in this upper bracket run potentially. As VLT look dominant as ever. Tricky is gonna be on his blades to try and levitate White Swing into another round if possible. Tatmaker and MW1 not wanting to relent. Like you said in the pregame CA, it's all about the W key. And I'm thinking that at least in the bootcamp of VLT, it's probably worn out at this point.
One enemy remaining.
Well, pressing that W key fast and high Velocity looking to pick up that W. In their first series right here for MF God. Looking to answer back. He doesn't have access to the spike, but gets all the information he needs to back right up and collect it. Has more than enough
Blessing
time
in
to play
disguise.
mind games, but not enough utility here. You just got to, I think, slow it down. Hope Velocity make a mistake, try to catch someone out.
I assume that if he's gonna go all the way back towards that window, might be worth to commit a rotation towards that ace site. And MF not gonna be denied on the cross. They've heard the tap. They're playing this in tandem. And Amaterasu,
Defenders
the
win.
final nail atop the coffin. As VLT showed that they're here to play. They opened their debut in such a dominant fashion here at the Penta Pro Series, showing us exactly why they are the top favorites to make it out of the playoff stages for South Asia.
Exactly, and 13-3 Velocity off to an outstanding start right here. 9-3 Curse also not standing, at least not in Breeze, right? Like you said, one of their strongest maps. But that effectively gets them the 2-0 victory in the series, and Velocity will now progress in that upper bracket, go towards their next opponent, and continue to maintain this march. One thing is for sure, if you're playing against Velocity in the upper bracket, any team, you've got to either prepare for this Breeze or just ban the heck out. Like, they're gonna insta-lock it every single time you give them an opportunity to.
And most importantly, I feel like a huge shout out is required for White Swing. Hey, they missed game 1 due to some technical issues. It happens. Map 2 again. A map like Breeze, you really can't expect much when you're facing up against a team like VLT who have such a good track record on a map like this. They've displayed the individual brilliance that their roster holds on multiple occasions, right? There were so many rounds where we saw miraculous plays being made by the members of White Swing. So we know that they have the muscle, but it's all about the brain when you talk about this tournament. Because again, you're playing off against some of the best at South Asia, and if you make it past the playoff stage, Southeast Asia has to offer.
Yeah. Having a look at the way this match unfolded, it's exactly like what we expected. Velocity, they got off to a brilliant start, really able to overwhelm the defenses of White Swing. 6-0 really, till White Swing were able to answer back on the backs of Easy and Tricky, but it really didn't feel like White Swing had a solution, more just glimpses of talent, glimpses of potential with which they were able to bring a few rounds back. And I think, again, that's the key difference, right? Where the lack of experience makes it that much harder when you get off to a bad start to find a solution, to solve the problem, so to speak. And when that becomes the case, it really becomes one-dimensional as a team. So while, of course, this is just the first match, White Swing will get yet another chance. I think for them, what they're going to look to work on is just trying to take matters into their own hands, because I feel like the few rounds that they did get were the proactive plays where they were looking to take the fight to
Player
Velocity.
standing.
Yeah, and now White Swing relegated to that lower bracket. They're gonna wait to see who they're gonna face off in that lower bracket run, which will be the loser of the One Chance versus Exceeli Esports. It's gonna be a tough road for them up this long road, CA, if they have to make it. But that's the entirety of
One
That's the
enemy remaining.
entirety of this tournament, right? Put in a box. There's a long tournament for a reason. Everybody is given more than an equal chance to try and make their way back up, even if they do have a bad day. Which, for example, like yesterday, Reckoning Esports had somewhat of a bad day in the last game where they could have hypothetically even taken that to overtime and won it. But some things just aren't meant to be, right? They're in that lower bracket. They're going to play against
One
Purple
enemy
Squad.
remaining. Spike
So
down.
they have one more chance here, White
One
Swing, and I
enemy
truly
remaining.
hope to see the same kind of brilliance that they had to display, added with a little more of a calculated play, which is what I felt like they were missing. Especially on a map like Breeze, we kept reinstating the need for mid control, right? And
Yeah.
for anybody who is a little newer to tactical FPSs or Valorant, a lot of the fights that you take in a game like Valorant is dependent on two factors: what the setup to that fight is and what the outcome to that fight could look like. The setup is what we're talking about here. If you don't put pressure from the other side, if there's no pressure on a player, he essentially is not going to make a mistake. And a mistake is what you rely on as you're entering that gunfight. There's no point of taking a fight where you're not the advantageous party. And that's what I feel like White Swing could focus on for their following matchup. I truly wish we got to see what they had to offer in Bind, because Bind's a map where I feel like White Swing would have had such a good chance to not only get a good morale for Breeze, because again, we all know which direction Breeze was going, right? But we also could see what they have to display.
Most definitely. And I think, like you said, it's all about White Swing trying to take matters into their own hands and find a way to really shut them down. But hey, either ways, 13 to 3 velocity, they move on to the upper bracket. Will await the second matchup of our day, One Chance versus Exceeli, to settle their date in that upper bracket. Similarly, so the loser of that matchup will be taking on White Swing in that lower bracket, and that's going to be tomorrow. So these teams fighting for their lives in this tournament. I'm sure they're going to come back extremely strong. But talking about strong, Velocity coming out with this double duelist composition with Helef back on Cypher. They look like they're back in the strength of their own comfort. And I have to say, whenever I've seen Velocity just be able to play their game, they've looked damn strong. But these are the kind of one and done compositions, especially against the better teams, who once they get look at it, once that surprise factor is gone, it becomes that much harder to play. So I wonder if this is just like a one-time thing, or Velocity are going to continue with this double duelist against even the likes of Revenant maybe along the line, or God's Reign in the upper bracket finals.
I feel like Velocity from in the back of their minds knew that this is going to be much more of a puckish game. Hence, they did
Mhm.
not hesitate taking double duelists. Especially, look at the duelists that they took. Right, they took the Rana. Rana is the most lethal once she's given those fights. Once she's able to get the ball rolling, and we saw MW1 more than comfortable to force the issue on multiple occasions. So I feel like it was more about fighting fire with fire. When you know your enemy is going to play loose, you take an agent that can abuse loose gameplay, which one of them is Rena. And that's why you don't see Rena much in competitive games, right? When you look at the top echelon of even Southeast Asian Valorant for that fact, you don't see people giving away the fights that easily. And Rena doesn't have any utility except for that flash, which at least with the buff now is more viable because it can blind even at the furthest of ranges, which makes it open in a map like Breeze, like Icebox, where prior you would not really see much of a Rena's appearance. So now, given the dub that VLT took, we have three teams continuing their upper bracket run, ladies and gentlemen. God's Reign, Revenant, and VLT. We are going to find the fourth team who are going to be joining these teams in the upper bracket run when One Chance dukes it off against Exceli later on today evening in the best of three. So if any of you have your evening free on a Tuesday, be sure to catch that map, because I feel like that's the match today that's gonna go all three maps. What do you think, C?
I think it's certainly possible because we're getting two teams that have extremely high skill ceiling, but completely unknown in terms of what they're going to bring into the table. Because while we do know a lot more about the past of Exceli and the past of the likes of Hikka
The
coming
presence
into
what's
play, I
important.
think exactly the present is really what is important. So we have no idea which version of these players we're going to see coming into this matchup. And again, it comes down to getting off to a strong start, not just in those particular maps or that particular series, but in this tournament altogether. Because whichever team does win, they've got the might of velocity waiting in the upper bracket semifinals for them. So they've got to make a statement. They've got to make sure that they get off to a strong start and build their way up from there, because both of them, they've got very different things to play for. Where in one chance, it's all about proving themselves. I think for Exceeli, it's trying to be that pride for Bangladesh and really live up to
Yeah.
their names throughout this tournament.
True, I feel like Exceeli are the favorite team in that matchup just due to the fact that Exceeli have more of a history together, right? They already
Yeah.
have a solid lineup who's been accustomed to playing with one another, which at least when it comes to matches like a best of three, where you need the endurance to actually kick in, is going to be much more valuable of an asset. So it's going to be an exciting matchup for sure because this is one of the matches that can truly go both ways. Unlike the Revenant Reckoning, which is already like an old rivalry between two organizations that have been itching to get it to the top step of Indian esports, right? Now you
Yeah.
have two contenders who have big names on both sides, but a lot more to prove rather than just names because they need to come under one banner and get the dub. That's what's going to be more important here.
Exactly, and we're gonna get to see all of that unfold later on in this very stream. But for now, Velocity Gaming picking up the victory in their series 2-0 have put White Swing down a notch. But of course, we know these young stalwarts, like you said, did brilliantly in the Penta Collegiate League and will look to bounce back for sure. So 100% we cannot count them out. I hope that they're able to really live up to their potential in the lower bracket, and even if not make a run all the way to the finals, really show what they've got to all of these potential organizations with the roster shuffles, looking for these young talent, looking for these young players, and giving them an opportunity to really help them rise in 2023.
You know, honestly speaking, you've been a coach for some of the best teams in India and some of the upcoming talents, right? All the way from VLT to Chilcord. For a team like White Swing, what do you think their lesson should be from the previous game? How do you think they should proceed in this tournament? Because now they're in the lower bracket, right? There's no more safety net. What's that one piece of advice that you could give to them if they have their ears to you?
I'd say just be proactive, right? And to elucidate that idea, the idea that even if you push down three man A rather than go two halls and leave one on site, it makes it much more easier for you to control the fights, and it becomes like that pug you talked about, but plays into the strengths of the slightly more experienced players that you have in the likes of Easy, who you can leave on your own and expect him to anchor down a site. Similarly, on the attack, rather than try and play it fast and dry, you can try to separate all of Velocity and make them get dirty in your own playground, where you force them to play the pug style, where you know the likes of Tricky, the likes of He-Man will thrive, instead of going for executes where Velocity are always going to be prepared. I'm sure Velocity talking pre-round, they were like, hey, when they come A, save your recon, we're going to hit them as soon as they get in, and these small things help Velocity get the edge. But if you end up putting pressure on A, B, and mid, while that may not necessarily be the smart or the logical thing to do, it plays into your own strengths, and that's what is key. You got to play to your own strengths.
I feel like that's one part of Valorant that I absolutely adore, especially when you play as the attackers, right? In a lot of
Yeah.
other tactical FPS games, when you're playing as the attack, there's so much involved in the setup that not much, if there's not a lot of setup done, you're bound to lose, especially in terms of
Yeah.
executes and how you execute them. But with the way Valorant is set up, you can afford to be a little more loose, and there will certainly be more options opened up at the end of the road where you can play much different game styles rather than the standard executes like you mentioned, because hey, executes, the only way they'll be useful is if you have an a sleeve right up, I mean if you have an ace
Yeah.
card right up your sleeve, and if you're able to use that trump card at the moment of asking. The only time an execute is going to be that useful is when you need to get the side control, but then to play off each other post plant, and then to get better positions, and more importantly to get the advantage as you're doing all these executes become infinitely harder, and those are things that you need to account for in very different ways.
Absolutely, and we'll have to see not just White Swing, right? With one chance coming up, I'm sure this is a team that hasn't necessarily got a lot of time to play with themselves. So, like you said, those instinctive things, those things that almost come innately to the smartest of players about calling for those contact setups in those post plants, or calling for, hey, you know what, this guy keeps pushing down this certain angle, can you guys put pressure on the other side, I'm going to pick him off. These small tendencies that you can exploit, we're going to have to see which players are really the smartest on that table, because on the side of one chance you've got a lot of potential, but on the side of Exceli you've got a lot of synergy. Either ways, it's going to be an exciting one, so make sure you don't go anywhere, because we're going to take a small break and come right back into that matchup.
Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to 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 flow.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Penta Pro Series, one of the last Valorant VCT off-season events. My name is Sia, and I'm joined by OG Dolores Stricken on the desk as we now bring to you the final series of the day between One Chance and Exceeli Esports. The debut for both of these teams in this tournament here, OG, and both of them are going to look to make their mark.
Both of them certainly are, man. It's going to be a unique challenge for either, right? Especially for
Yeah.
One Chance, my opinion. They have to come together as the entire squad and now need to punch up because Exceeli, they're a roster that's been, at least glued together for quite a while. And those are the rosters that are relatively harder to remove once you're a newer team. But hey, yesterday we had the discussion of what we call the honeymoon buff in on stream, and
Yeah.
again, just to chime you in on what the honeymoon buff is, you usually recognize that there are certain teams that as soon as the roster is made, there's the period of 1 month they're at their peak performance, and then you slowly start to notice certain drop-offs. But that's what the honeymoon buff certainly is, at least in this context. And I feel like One Chance, if they roll in with the honeymoon buff, it could be a straight 2-0 with Exili not knowing what to expect. Because again, there are teams in this tournament where you really can't anti-strat, you really can't read, you really can't
Yeah.
gauge where they're coming from. But if you look at it from the other side, we kind of know what to expect from Exceeli Esports. So again, a contrast in the position these two teams are in, but the objective is the same: to make their voices and their names loud and heard.
Absolutely, and like you said, it's all about getting their names out there for Exceeli, all about representing Bangladesh in this tournament and making sure that the entire audience of Bangladesh, I'm sure, has their hopes tied on to this roster, is actually able to proudly say that they're able to put their best step forward. But for One Chance, their name says it all. It's all about right here, right now, doing their very best in proving to potentially their parent organization or even other organizations looking for a roster going into the 2023 challengers that this is one ready to play. Either ways, I think we're in for an exciting affair, and I'm really curious to see how the veto does go because we don't really have a lot of information about either of these teams. We don't necessarily know which map is stronger. I think from past history, I can say Exceeli are more comfortable on simpler maps like Haven or Ascent, so we might see that coming into play.
I feel like bind is also something that we might get to see. Again,
Yeah.
Exceeli are comfortable in those simple maps, right? And I think bind is also one of them. What they have close to a 65% win percentage on that, and which is, compared to a lot of other teams, pretty decent. Anything over 50 in a competitive sense is something that you can somewhat rely on heading into the unknown. And talk about heading into the unknown, there's also the known, right? These teams know what they're duking it off for. Not only the prestige of not of winning this entire tournament and potentially even beating the Southeast Asian representatives that we'll have later on after the playoff stage, but also the moolah that comes with it. Because you have a massive prize pool, 30,000 USD, with the lion share being 18 grand for the champions, 9,000 for the runners up, and 3,000 for the winners of this playoff stage. So the top two from the playoff stage advance to the finale stage to then duke it off against our Southeast Asian representatives in the form of Bleed and Boom.
Exactly. And it's all about building yourself up towards those two mighty titans in Bleed Esports and Boom Esports and looking to peg them down a notch because let's get something straight. Both Bleed and Boom, they are rosters not just looking to dominate in their respective regions in challenges, the rosters that are looking to take it all the way towards Ascension, get themselves a spot in the International Pacific League. So for all of these
Yep.
South Asian rosters in play, it's about building up to that matchup and giving it their very best, but we've got a long way to go. And let's have a look at the brackets in the meantime. We've got One Chance, of course, going up against Exceeli, and with Velocity's recent win in their own matchup, the winner of this matchup will take on Velocity.
Yeah, so off the bat of today's results, not only will we have our upper brackets temporarily filled, but we'll also have our lower brackets filled to the brim as well, which are two games that you're going to get to witness tomorrow. Today, it's all about which position you're put in. Tomorrow, for some teams, it's going to be do or die.
Yeah. Exactly,
With
and like you said, it's all about do or die for teams tomorrow. But you gotta have a chance to avoid that for One Chance and Exceeli today. And talking about today, right? Today we've seen one matchup unfortunately affected by technical issues and a stomp immediately following. So I wonder if we're going to see the same again, because these are two teams relatively evenly matched as compared to Velocity and White Swing. So maybe a closer matchup coming into play.
One interesting storyline that I have brewing at the top of my head is like, imagine, okay, Exceeli take this 2-1 or 2-0, doesn't matter, and they knock one chance down to the lower bracket. Then we're gonna get a chance to see one chance taking on White Swings, which are two teams that have come together for this tournament, at least one chance, and White Swing are still looking to prove themselves in this tournament, right? Both teams have up and coming players who are looking to leave a mark and get an org for next year. And having that in the lower bracket, making that a do or die match is so much more of a nail biting affair, man. They're gonna give it their absolute everything.
Absolutely, exactly, right. You got Hikka, Caramel, Pixels, Astro, and Markle. And talking about these players specifically, right, where you've got the seniority of Hikka, unfortunately, really unfortunate circumstances is why he's not even in the squad to begin with, right? I think when you look all the way back to the VC series, it was a slight visa issue that had another player replacing him. And since then, for Enigma, which Hikka was a part of, they just went smoothly from roster to roster. So Hika never actually got a chance to make his way back. Now, in this one chance roster, he's the senior figure and he's going to look to lead all of these players to that finish line. And similarly, so for the likes of Pixels, who again had a great run with Reckoning, but is not able to has not been able to find a home since then. But when you look at Exceli, you've got Rosa, Fancy Nine, Hermione, Kyojin, and Missile. And for me, really the core of this roster, Hermione, Kyojin, and Missile, they're three players who've been together for a long, long time. So I want to see how they're able to perform well together and really show off that synergy.
Exactly, because we've been seeing that missile trilogy for quite a while, right? We've been seeing it for what, a good year and a half at this point. So we know that these
Yeah.
players have innate chemistry between them, and that's what's going to be the differentiating factor in this matchup. Again, I think the map veto is going to be all that more crucial, right? Because if Team Exceeli try to veto in something like a Haven, I'd still say it's a dub because Haven relies so much around fundamentals, chemistry, and rotation, which is things that you learn as your roster progresses. And again, it's a sense of comfort that develops at the end of the day, which is going to be very crucial. The veto is going to set it all. Like you said, you expect simpler maps like Ascent, I expect maps like Bind. Haven is a
Yeah.
huge possibility. And I think that we're going to stray away from maps like Fracture, Icebox, Breeze, and this entire game could be a swift 2-0 from either side. It's all about who gets that first
Yeah.
momentum start. Because you look at the players from one chance, right? You give them that one chance to start the game off well. These are not players that, simmer down really easily. These are not
Yeah.
players that you can really put to their place, if you know what I mean, and deal with them with utility and such. Because with especially Caramel, this guy, if he's set up really well alongside Hika, it's a very strong frontline dynamic duo that's, again, really hard to stop. So if the fundamentals from Exceeli, especially on their defense, stand strong and is able to shine through, that's what's going to stop one chance from their ability to maybe take the dub.
Exactly, and quite different squads in that regard. Where Exceeli, it's all about that Bangladeshi pride. One chance, the only mixed roster that we're coming to see in play for playoffs. Of course, Revenant have a couple of SEA players, but what I mean is we've got a couple of Indian players. We've got Hika coming in from Sri Lanka, and we've got a couple of SEA players. So truly diverse in their ability, at least in terms of nationalities. Now, the question is, are they as diverse in their play style as well? Because they're going to have to make sure they have the adaptability to break down that synergy that we expect Exceeli to carry. And like you said, I think for Caramel, it's all about not just proving himself, but showing that he can thrive in this team environment where he is being set up for success, proving to every single org out there that this player that had a huge, huge impact when he was in his professional days in the CSGO scene can replicate at least a level of that success coming through in Valorant as well. And I think for him to do that, he's really going to have to make his mark in this first match right here, because then he's going to get set up for success against the Titan of VLT.
Exactly. Like you said, I don't think it's going to be any unfamiliar territory for Caramel, right? He's been at the top
Yeah.
of his game for quite a while across different titles. He's been part of some of the best organizations here in South Asia. He was part of global esports really early on, and he carried that
Yep.
forward for quite a while. So, yeah, it's all about finding stability for both these teams. And in a double elimination tournament like this, pressure is going to be slightly less. So the ability for them to do so should hypothetically be easier. Although the kind of competition that this tournament is stacking up, yeah, things are starting to go. Things will start to get a little tricky down in that lower bracket because you look at the names that have been relegated down the lower bracket, right?
Yeah.
Vorpal Swords, a team that you might be able to beat at your best day, but you really can't, have a glance over them and look over it. Reckoning Esports, who are on the up and looking to steam their way through the lower bracket. You have White Swing, who's joining them down at the lower bracket, and the loser of this is going to succumb to that lower bracket fate as well. We finally have the map Veto, so let's see what the playing field is gonna look like. Is this gonna be a three mapper? Is this gonna be a two mapper? Well, we told that complicated maps like Fracture, Icebox, and Pearl could potentially be vetoed out. And hey, the first two bans are Fracture and Pearl.
Yeah, and obviously those slightly more complicated maps, so to speak, the newer maps, one could say, immediately taken off
Ooh,
board for one chance, electing to take us right where we
interesting.
left it off in that previous series. We see that breeze come through,
Icebox?
Oshi.
Okay. Alright, this is going completely out of plan. They've not only bamboozled their enemies, maybe, but they surely have bamboozled us. Biden's been vetoed out by one chance. Exceeli. Logically, I think they ban Ascent here. There we go. Ascent is a map where even any underdog has more than a decent chance. So it's a map that you'd like to avoid if you coming into it know that you're the one who's large and in charge. And if it comes all the way, if it goes the distance, we might
Ah.
end this match at Haven, which is gonna be, at least in my opinion, an Exceeli favored map. What do you think about the draft though? So this entire veto, right, with us starting off at Breeze, taking things over towards Icebox, and then ending it at Haven. At least with Icebox, I'm kind of comfortable with Exceeli, but Breeze is not some place they've had a good track record on. They've lost in a gruesome fashion against GE, against BLT. And again, these are the upper echelons of South Asia esports, right? So
Yeah.
even if they do take a dominant loss against one of those teams, it's still playing against some of the best on this map. Well, at
I
least
think.
they've had the chance to play against the best, so I feel like their understanding of it should innately be a little more buffed from what it was prior.
Yeah, and like you said, I think it's going to be really interesting that they've elected to go for Breeze and Icebox over the likes of Bind and Ascent, which get banned out immediately. It shows that perhaps these teams are looking to play a much more simpler macro, focus a lot more on those individual play styles where they have those ability to turn those AMDOs around, because that's what Breeze and Icebox are really known for. You haven't really got the complicated macro that may come into play in the likes of Haven, Fracture, or Pearl, really. And you can see because of that, I think these teams are really going to boil down to momentum. It's going to be down to which player has really warmed himself up really, really well. And they've got several players with the potential to pop off. Though I must say, from one chance, right, I was totally expecting a Raze map picked up, like the likes of a Bind, maybe even an Ascent, because I've seen Caramel on Raze. He's an absolute menace. So, given the fact that they picked up that Breeze, I wonder what kind of agent we're going to actually see Caramel play, and if he's going to pick up that Jet, maybe if he's even going to be on that duelist role, or if we're going to see someone else altogether pick it up.
I think Caramel is a pretty well-rounded chat. Yeah, sure, his raise might be cracked, but I feel like that's the importance of playing at this level. You need to be able to deliver at least the basic with any agent you're able to offer. And of course, every
Yeah,
player has his own specialty, right? Every player has his own comfort zone. For someone maybe
yeah.
Sky, for someone maybe Raze, for someone maybe Jet, for someone maybe Astra. But overall, I feel like this entire veto does favor Exceeli in the grander scheme of things for this best of three. If you had to take a wild guess as to where the series will end, 2-1, 2-0, in whose favor, where would you go?
I'm actually gonna go towards one chance because I think they've got something up their sleeve with the Breeze pickup immediately, and I think Icebox already plays into their hands because Hika is very, very comfortable on that stage, right? So they get to play a much more simpler macro where they don't have to worry and instead can rely on their individual potential. And for me, at least, Breeze and Icebox are like more so even Icebox, where you don't really get to see the synergy come into play as much. There aren't as many contact setups that you can set up or traps that you can set up. It's really about which opper is better, honestly. So, or well, you can go the VLT way and press W. Either way works. So, I think what it does come down to is the pre-match preparation rather than the in-match synergy between
True.
these players. And considering that Exceeli's biggest strength was supposed to be that in-match synergy, I'm not sure if the maps will reflect that.
Yeah, for sure. And again, it's about the pre-prep, right? Like for example, in the game
Yeah.
prior that we got to see VLT take on wide swing. The kind of fundamentals that you have on the attack is going to be very crucial. The way you hit sides, the way you play off each other, the way you take mid control, the way you translate control into a site, and again, playing the site for the post plant is another different beast in and of itself. When you look at the technicalities of it, and the technicalities are going to be very important if you want to function like a well-oiled machine. We're gonna get a chance to see these players on the server pretty soon. I think it's what, close to a minute till we go live. So
Yeah.
off the bat, my assumption is gonna be Exceli are gonna take this one. It could go 2-1, but realistically, I think it's an Exceli 2-0. I think you feel quite
Okay.
contrastingly about this, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think One Chance has got this in the bag. So I'm especially excited, right?
Oh,
Because we've got very differing opinions between each other. But I think what we can agree on is that it's going to be an incredibly exciting matchup right here. And whichever team does take away the victory, I think they will end up making that statement that we want so bad. So with no further ado, let's head on towards the agent selection and see exactly what these teams have got under hidden for themselves, because I think for Exceeli 2 coming into Breeze, I want to see if Missile is going to go towards that Jet, because that chamber really favors the kind of player Missile is. He's that incredibly passive, patient opper. So I want to see if he elects for that Jet role, or maybe we see Rosa pick that up instead and Missile goes for the chamber.
yeah. And on the other side, it's looking contrastingly same, but the only difference being the
Oh,
initiators. Sova on Sova action is what we're gonna get to see, but where the difference lies is between KO and Sky. Both equally salty agents in their own respects, but in the context of Breeze, I still find decent value with the KO, especially when you're trying to hit that B site.
yeah,
Caramel is on the chamber, so he's gonna be fragging out of his mind. So you're not gonna be let down, see it. Don't worry, he's got you covered. We have Markle on the
yeah.
jet. This composition overall, I kind of like both sides of it. I like how either side's approach looks on paper, but again, a lot can be said and shown on paper, right? What's on the server is more interesting, and that's what everybody's interested in.
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, contrasting styles on the back of just one initiator change. I'm actually surprised to see Missile on that Viper, but it makes a lot of sense considering his playstyle, right? Again, this is an incredibly patient player in his ability to close out rounds. So on that Viper, he will get the opportunity to do exactly that many a time. So, but that difference between the KO and Sky is what is especially key for me, because while KO is incredibly good at basically mid control on both the attack and the defense, what Sky is incredibly good at is being flexible with the executes. You can play
Yeah,
much more faster with the Sky because of your ability to flash out specific angles that you might have a read on. So it does mean that we might get to see a much more quicker one chance here, just looking to press that W button and reenact what VLT brought to the table. But with that chamber coming online, without that lurk presence, it does make it a lot more one dimensional. So it really comes down to Exceli to try and punish them on those executes if one chance decide to go for it.
yeah, and I find it interesting that you brought up that point about the flashes, right? Because
Yeah.
when you pick up the Sky, it's possible for you to be very mobile as you're hitting the site with your
Yeah.
utility. But it comes at a cost because it's easier to dodge a blinding light compared to the KO flash. If
Yeah.
you set up the best KO flash compared to setting up the best blinding light, the KO wins any time of the day because it's next to impossible to hear it. And then if you can't hear it, how can you dodge it?
Exactly. And I think that's where the idea of usage versus execution really comes into play, where a lot of players actually don't go through the effort of finding those left click lineups, especially after the recent buffs for KO. They're absolutely insane on a map like Breeze with
Exactly, dude.
such great open areas. You can find amazing lineups.
And you can find amazing ways to reinitiate fights, which are going to be very
Yeah.
important, especially with that KO being in their back pocket. Retakes are always going to be a hazard because if you let that 0 point even come close to your team without utility, the retake is basically just playing simple crossfires, which, at least in the context of Valorant, is easy enough to break without you entering the bullet range.
Yeah, and I must say, like the KO in the hands of Zolo, no less, it makes it incredibly exciting for me because this Zolo is a player that I've seen on Reina before really thrive in his ability to just shut opposition down. And I think it really fits his playstyle to pick up that KO because while there is possibility of him setting his team up for success, I think unlike this guy, there is also that opportunity to just play for himself a lot more and find those individual plays altogether. And I think that is what is going to define the matter between both of these teams, where I expect a similar level of preparation in terms of the team's macro and the team setup itself. I think it's going to come down to which player actually starts to pop off, where you've got Caramel with high expectations on his shoulders on one side. You've got similarly, I think, on the other side, Rosa on that jet, really looking to turn up for this squad. So we'll have to see which one really is able to hit the mark spot on bullseye. But we've not got to wait much longer, OG. We're going to head directly into the game.
Let's go! The pistol round. It's going to be Exceeli on the defense duty. And it looks to be a quick play that they make towards A. At least they're setting up for that. This play from One Chance on the pistol, they can afford to, relatively play it fast as long as they dodge that 0 point, which I think is going to make or break this attack.
Like we talked about with that Sky, it's all about those executes for One Chance on this attacking side, but they've elected for a 4-1 split,
Oh,
keeping that
no.
option B open. But already the frags going their way. Hika and Astro pick off one each, and look at the way they're set up even.
Nice
All
shot.
about denying that mid control. They're coming in from halls as well. One Chance taking over the entire map here, OG.
Exactly. They just anticipated that aggression towards main and they... Oh, I thought he was gonna knife. Even Mag like, bro, let me knife. Come on. Where's the fun? Well, the fun is in winning. And that's what One Chance did, right? They took the pistol and with the push Exeli had in mind, with that being so well countered, they might have to play a little more passive towards the buy, at least if One Chance is able to bring in that conditioning early on. But Exeli having slight weaponry, I still would say One Chance needed tread in caution. Considering what I saw though, seems like they have warmed up way more than they needed to. They look like they're steaming already.
Oh, and this time Caramel a lot more passive in his hold, but the timing he peeks off away from that. Doesn't matter though, cross-side correction on point. He picks up one, and while he gets traded out, that's fine for the side of One Chance because he's not dropped any weapons. Instead, he's given away a lot of information, and now Rosa left on his old sim, trying to hold down the site with just a classic. Will not be able to displace. Might get shut down per missile. Dancing back, gets the trade through, and already in this 2v2 for an eco for Exceli, they've done decent damage. And more.
He supports the fight here. Doesn't take a slither of damage. It's down to the 1v1. Initiator versus Initiator. Pixel could use that as a fake flash. There we go, Pixels. Well recovered as things came close to being nasty. But mind you, CA, there was barely anything invested in this round. And they still managed to get it down to a 1 versus 1 here. So good on Exceli to force this kind of a round and to break the economy to some extent of One Chance. As with the buy round, if they convert it, they'll have quite the lead.
And one, I would argue, it perhaps even did get nasty for One Chance right there, right? Because look at their economy. Full buys right here for Exceli, but One Chance relegated to a couple of Vandals, Sheriff coming into play, and the saved Spectre for Pixels right here, but they're going back to their mid default with that wall set up to deny mid pressure as well as Hall's pressure at the same time. Caramel now left on his lonesome to mark that A push. They've got the mid B connector for free, and they Hika picks out a crucial one, but the trade comes
dash
through for
out.
Rosa, but Astro with the sexy shot. That was nice.
That was nice, and considering the fast-paced nature, they need to play off each other towards the B side. Kyojin was only good for one, and Astro finds a crucial frag, the white swing, and Astro finds the kill. The triple in this round put together. If Astro's managed, okay, it's Caramel who's gonna get the plant. I assume that Astro might get the plant to get the ult up, but it seems like he's relying on his gun to land that bullet and to land his Viper Spit in a round coming forth. However, that's the future, and Missile still very much in the present. And the 1 versus 2, which is very doable for a player of this caliber. Long range fight, 37 HP. He needs the headshot to win out the clutch. And he almost had that piece together. Caramel holding the round in his and his breath at the same time. One chance. That fight towards mid, I think, had a lot to do with the way this round went. They really should not have traded the way they did towards that A side.
Exactly, and I think, again, for Exceeli, right, they're coming down to those individual duels where they're giving one chance the opportunity to display their mechanical might, but that's against the strength of what we expect Exceeli to do. I'd rather see them playing more traps, playing off contact flashes even, and using their synergy to instead push one chance into an impossible spot. Again though, one chance, 1-3-1 on that default. Instead, this time they've left Astro to mark that push. Rosa, he'll get shut down. And now, with that information of the A push denied, one chance set their sights on that B side. The Viper shut down. It's an easy waltz into sight and should be an easy 4-0 picked up for one chance.
At this point, it's just about keeping it a little clinical, right? One chance needs to start building upon their economy. And this will certainly enable them to make great inroads in that quest. There's no point of a lead CA unless you're able to hold it, and the only way you're able to hold it if you have the money to do so.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where momentum comes into the picture. Otherwise, it's just rounds that you're getting back to back.
It really does come down to the way you want to play, right? Because again and again, it's quite funny to see the team with the KO struggling to retain mid control because they're just not playing off of each other. Like, even that late flash setup that we saw from Zolo with nobody to peek on because the fight's taken early instead, Rosa pushing in early instead, where we can see instead perhaps Zolo and Rosa combine with each other to look for those proactive plays. So Exceeli, they really got to clean up their act and make sure that they're playing with each other, because without that synergistic power, I think one chance just have it in the bag. This time though, Hermione caught out of place. He's in a one and done angle, but with the help of his teammates, he's gonna try to get himself
Through
out.
the wall!
For Pixels, the trade is huge, and again, Exceeli caught unaware, but they do manage to get the trade. 3v3 on the map here, OG. It's all down to Missile.
And Caramel quick to decapitate the Solo Bianca. Solo should have a good idea as to where Hika could be. Flash to set him up on the peak, but they're trying to deny him any fights to keep this an advantageous position. Caramel got a little sweaty there, not gonna lie, but he manages to still deal with the situation aptly. Zolo, beautiful shot to begin things off with. Caramel still offering him that 1 versus 1. Finally disengages, but now he knows the position of both players. Ring around the rosy. Hika getting back towards the cubby position. And he's not ratted out by... Oh, goodness.
No, what?
What's happening?
Yo. Caramel, I think, needs a towel. Needs to wipe his hands. A bit of a whoopsie whiff. But that's alright.
I think Mackle
The
needs a
round is
heater,
in
not
the
a
bag.
towel. He needs to start sweating first, only then the towel will come into the picture, bro.
No, I'm talking about Caramel though. That was the second potential whiff that we saw. Recovered well though, and they're able to get the round. But those are the kind of shots where you're like, you know, cheekily smirking after, like, yeah, nobody saw that, surely. Nobody saw that. Definitely saw that.
this change of pace though. Now it's Exceeli trying to assert themselves towards mid, right? They have control towards elbow. They have
Ooh,
control
the knife.
towards, at least they have LOS towards the bottom of mid, and this could be big. Rosa, what a shot! Backs off instantaneously. The trade's in from Caramel, however, which keeps the situation a little more nail-biting. And one chance. They're not dealing with this aggression towards B. They anticipate the forward stance. They anticipate this kind of a play. Hence, they're trying to play this one passive, and Pixels with that Seekers is going to change the entire game, because now they're going to discover the vacancy towards this ace side, and they're soon to exploit it. The Hunter's Fury. Pixels needs to get the information to his teammate, but they're trying to just clear towards the back of side. Meanwhile, the retake being orchestrated on low weaponry, they need to get lucky if they need to see their payday.
Oh, Astro caught unaware though. Could have been disastrous without that Viper's wall, but he's able to win his fight and back right up. Should now be able to set his team up for the plant, but Rosa not able to land a single one of those knives. Will instead give away the site. Hika really stepping up here in this matchup to ensure that one chance walk away with a resounding lead in this round. Kyojin all on his lonesome with the tour de force and literally one man with a long weapon to play. That doesn't sound quite so pleasant.
And another backstab, bro. It's like backstab extravaganza at this point.
And
Every
in
round,
this
one chance
right,
of going for the hunt, which is good.
But we're seeing small potential for Exceli. Like the way they combined finally between Zolo and Rosa. The 0 point suppressing Caramel, even though he set up that trademark to deny that push. That 0 point ensuring that trademark not coming alive, allowing Rosa a chance at that peak. But the trades still come through, and I think this is why, for these particular maps at least, I favored one chance because they get to play a lot more focus in their individual battles. They don't necessarily have to worry about those trap setups. And you can see they're a lot more comfortable. Again, with that default wall setup for Halls. Taking that early Halls presence, Markle and Pixels looking to get aggressive, and look at this. They've got the Viper split for sight, so it's all about the Halls presence to distract while the
flash
Viper
is so
walks
good.
into sight.
The setup, the execution. Although Zolo's still holding his own on the triple. The one man making this doable as the retake now orchestrated. But this quick decapitation of the back lines make this entire operation almost undoable.
3.
A 2 versus 2. The AWP on Rosa needs to find results. As the time ticks, so does his opportunities. And jumping on top of the box, Caramel, a little too confident in his abilities, tries to take that fight over eagerly, leaving this all on the hands of one man. Mackle tasked with the objective of maintaining that clean sheet
30 seconds
for one chance, and he has one chance to do so as well. 25 seconds on the clock as he makes that far run towards the B side, and he has more than enough time and position to set up for the post. What's the plan gonna look like? A default plan towards main? Heck, he can play brain games off this. Position himself in such an aggressive manner that he gets that first frag and then is able to boil this down to a 1 versus 1.
Oh,
It's all upon Exceeli to not give them individual duels, otherwise this could turn gruesome real quick.
And they're sticking together here, OG. They're making sure to clear off the small angles first and not give him those long range fights. They know that the knives are online, but small spacing
try.
errors could be the end of them. Doesn't matter at the end of the day. Rosa is able to win the fight and get Exceeli on board. Is like 6 the new curse
Finally.
number or something? Because we saw this for VLT too. 6-0 in the lead, and then White Swing picked up the first round. Again, 6-0 in the lead. One chance Exceeli pick up the first round, and I'm gonna hope that that's not the end of it all. They're able to recover the operator, and hopefully they'll be able to rally back, because Exceeli, they need every bit of momentum they can get.
They need to start stringing these rounds together. If it wasn't for Zolo and his incredible hold towards that ace side, this round might have been too bleak for them as well. And they can't rely on these individual heroic performances for them to start winning their rounds, right? It's supposed to be fundamentals that guide your way to victory, not muscle and flashiness.
Again. One chance deciding to switch
opener.
up the pace, going for that fast mid to be hit. Rosa, like you said, he finds the opener, but the trade coming through does mean that Exceeli,
missile!
they give up the sight and missile.
Should not have
Just a
taken that
step
fight. He
out
could
of
not have
position.
afforded to go down there. The Hunter's Fury though, the only thing that can deny the plant and deny Hika life.
B.
Yet again, Caramel pushes the issue, forces the fight, and grabs the man advantage back in the favor of one chance. 2 versus 2. Pixels and Astro, they're standing for one chance, and Pixels removed by that small pixel angle that he was trying to exploit. What's the play here, Astro? Is he gonna become a lineup Larry, or is he gonna go full demon mode? That Snakebite did buy just enough time for him to reposition. And now that the tap is on through, they know exactly where he is. The half stick, the full stick, the cover is brilliant, and there's nothing Astro can do!
Enemy remaining.
I'm not even sure if that snakebite landed, but even if it did, it wouldn't mean for much because without that poison up, the snakebite kind of useless to be fair.
I don't know why I haven't seen people do this yet. So like, let's say you're playing that post plant as a Viper, right? It's a 1 versus 2. You can smoke out the entrance, smoke yourself out with a little bit of distance for you to work with, and spam with the Phantom.
Enemy remaining.
Along with your, you know, Snakebite. Gives you
Well, he
cover,
didn't have a
you don't give
Phantom,
away
it
Tracer
wouldn't-
Fire. I know, hypotheticals, see, hypotheticals. Again, we're analyzing it.
Yeah, but
That's why I said I don't know why
very
I've not
rarely,
seen many
unless
people
you're
do it.
TRX, you don't really see people use phantoms on Brace to begin with.
True, true.
Hika
One
though,
chance this time
already.
around, get the opener, dude. And again, we go
Yeah,
down
and-
that same road.
The Hunter diff really coming through, but they've left Astro and it's quite scary because without that Viper, it's all about contact pushing onto this site and into that operator. Contact pushing could be the end of their night. But hold on. Flash is pushing him back. Rosa just not able to find room to play. Finally threads the needle
timing.
and makes them pay.
Oh, he could have gotten more there. The timing was brilliant. It at least allowed Pixels to translate that into a kill. Kyojin has been very patient with this lurk. And now that it's ringing bells, how does Astro play this one? He's already been hurt by Missile. He commits to the fight and actually wins it? That's criminal. Missile was set up for that fight from about a few seconds ago. And now that leaves it all on Kyojin. Can see him eager to find the body, to find a way to clutch this round out. Pixels times his peak to the T. And one chance denying momentum going the other side as he look to dominate this first half of Breeze.
Yeah.
Need a drop.
And one chance looking damn good in their approach and it's really weird, especially so because they're not even using that wall for the site. So I think Exceli, they've really got to find a way to deny that mid control because again and again one chance able to exploit that on the back of their wall. And continuously look for those mid to B, mid to A hits and again surprisingly so because Exceli, they've got that KO. Brilliant at shutting down mid, but again without the eco, without the weapons to play. They've
Yeah.
been put into a bit of a tough spot. This time, one chance happy to play passive, waiting for that aggression. It might just pay off.
Astro, I was hoping that, you know, Missile doesn't get that cheeky kill, but the way Astro denied it was a little brutal. Zolo, anticipating another peek coming through. Tries to prime himself with the flash. That Tailblaze gives the play of Kyojin away.
I've got your
Only Rosa and Hermione left who are trying to make a fast flank from the... Are they... Okay. Splitting up isn't really the best option in a situation like this. Caramel has a good inkling that they're gonna try coming for guns. Oh, what a dodge.
remaining.
Next level play. Still a doable clutch though.
Rosa, the blade stop.
Oh, that's
Position known though, and they play up and down. No way he can pull off that trade, and just like that, 8-2 for one chance there. In cruise control in this matchup. Again, a reminder that this is the map choice of one chance, so we expect them to be slightly better off. But given the propensity of this match, in the sense that both of these teams quite close to each other in their capability coming into play, it's really down to which team is able to get off to a good start. And so far, so great for one chance. 8-2 on that scoreboard. If they're able to get a dominating map 1 victory going into Icebox, it gets that much easier for them to finish it off 2-0 again. This time though, clearly showing up
They
with
should
their
hear this.
intentions for this side. They've got the Viper Split and the Hunter's Fury to play the post plant, but they're all revealed, all suppressed. So they're gonna have to slow it down, and look at the amount of map control Exceeli able to take.
Look at the quick flank as well that Kyojin's on. He found timing because everybody now is focused in towards elbow where Rosa is trying to buy as much of an aggro as possible. But Caramel, that is criminal.
Spike down B.
Revealing area.
An advantage yet
There you go,
again.
still.
There they are.
To find the trade, but one chance again, finding those crucial moments. Moini trying to hold down the site. The Hunter truly coming online. The drone gives him all the information he needs, but the flank again is made to pay Caramel, watching their backs, denying them their opportunity. And one chance now with their own world set up in the site
Last player standing.
will ensure that there's nowhere to play for Exceeli. Markel, he shuts
Nice
one
shot.
down, and just like that, Rosa again in that 1v2 position. And again,
Last
loses
round
it out.
in the half.
9-2 on board, and I think the economy for Exceeli down in the drain, so
Honestly.
should effectively be double digits right here, picked up for one shots.
Is Rosa sitting so close to his monitor that we can't even see his
There
face?
they are. Shut down.
I think I forget which player it was. I remember in the start of the year we
Lightning
had one
fast?
interview. No. I think it was Raw Fuel, if I'm not wrong, who sits so close to his monitor.
So it's Lightning
But,
Fast,
uh,
Raw Fuel, RVK, and a few more. But hold on.
Spike down mid.
Finally, we get to see mid contested by Exceeli, and they get a 1-for-1 trade. But again, I feel like usually you expect these trades to be favorable for the attackers because of the area they're able to get. But this one round is where actually Exceeli, they're able to make them pay without conceding area. But again, quite spread apart. One player towards B side, one player towards A, and a couple of players holding down halls and mid respectively allows one chance to regroup and hit a solo guy, keep that advantage on their side.
And you can see that they're trying to spread themselves off in a way. They find lurks, they find rats, they find people who are trying to make plays. Especially Caramel. Been very proactive in this attack, as he seems to be the backbone of the attackers at the moment. The trail-based revealing missiles position, he was dead the moment the dog bit him. Hunter's Fury temporarily delaying the plant to buy time for the rotation, which again, I'm gonna point this out. Caramel has his team's back. Not only his team's back, but the enemy's back as well, if they're not attentive enough.
Oh, and playing purely on the post plant here, one chance. They've got the Hunter's Fury, they've got the double snakebite lineups, and likely with the poison orb coming into play. But Caramel with a whiff right here, finally made to pay. Zolo shuts him down, and Amoidi with another, and finally the
Hunter's
retake
Fury.
successful. But again, the Hunter's Fury coming into play, and in that Benkai position, he's able to dodge out the knife as well, so he's got the double shock dust to play with. But it's all about enabling
done.
the lurk. Astro, he shuts one down, and the Hunter truly comes online for that 10-2 for one chance.
Switching sides.
Double digits at the end of the first half. That's how dominant one chance have been. And we mentioned this in the pregame. It's about who gets to a better start in the context of this matchup. And that stands to be true. Sadly, for Exceeli, my prediction has gone down the drain, so it's only their ability to come back into Icebox. If they do get the pistol here, hypothetically, Exceeli still do have a way to claw it back, but it's going to be a very, very long marathon.
Okay, it's not over till the fat lady sings, but I think the fat lady has started to warm up and she's getting ready to exercise her vocal cords, because at this point, 10-2, like you said, it's just that pistol might effectively be a guillotine, which decides the fate of Exceeli. They lose this, it's done and done.
Yojin is trying to pull off a Caramel. He's like, you know what? I think I'll show him who the better lurk chamber is. As they have the battle of the
After that
lurks, and it
last
seems like
round,
Yojin about out.
But after that last round and the couple of whiffs we saw from Caramel, do you want to pull a Caramel?
I mean, you look for the best in any individual, right? And that's why you'd want to.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. See, that's the player we've been talking about. That's the player we've been expecting a lot from, and he's most certainly
Spike down A.
found these
Jesus, the
moments. to live
confidence,
up to
dude.
that.
What are these guys doing at the A side? They don't have any sweat taking this fight. And mind you, there was one chance on the advantageous position because there's no cover for them walking into its side there. A little heartbreaking to see Exceli having to bow out in this fashion without them having the ability to fight back. But again, this map of Breeze might not have been something Exceli necessarily had a dub in the back of their mind for. Sure, they might have played against GE on this map, they might have played against VLT on this map on a couple of occasions. Not necessarily winning it doesn't really translate into them having a good base understanding as to how you deal with certain situations on the fly.
This time though, trying to take adjusted mid control. It's Hika who gets spotted out. That headhunter for Kyojin instead finding value, but one chance they're looking to put the pedal on the metal and use the momentum they've got in their side. Astro picks up a couple of the trades coming online, and Markle dashes straight into disaster. Once again in these anti-ecos, it's down to Pixels
Thank
to
God.
clean it up and mop them straight. He does exactly that, but this time with a
Match
bunch
point.
of help from Astro to get match point at 12-2 for one chance. Talk about a stomp, man.
Exactly.
Thanks.
Map point on the board for one chance. They look to make a meal of Breeze. If I'm not mistaken, the next map is what? Icebox, right?
Yeah.
A gift.
Icebox. I hope that it goes a little better for Exceli, because with the way this first half went, they don't really have much of a backbone to base their attack on, right? So we're not going to get to see much of their strat. We're not going to get to see much of their flexibility, even if they do have any on the offense. And now they commit towards this ace side. This is the same mistake we saw that White Swing do against VLT. VLT just allowed them to execute, and they're like, cool bro, we'll play the post plan TY.
This time though, one chance. It's their bonus, so it's all about damage for them right here and trying to make it happen on that retake. But like you said, giving away that free post block might just be disastrous, because now Exceli, they get to play those long angles with their Vandals, but already Hermione exposed, Rosa as well, stuck in that cubby. He's
Remaining.
made to pay, and the Vandals picked up for one chance, and immediately they're like, bonus or not, we're here to play. 1v1
Oh, let's
left,
go,
and Caramel
Exceli.
on his lonesome for missile, just slightly more accurate, like a missile. Pops a bullet in his body and keeps them alive, but it's still extremely dire. The chances, the opportunities for Exceli to pull this off.
Yeah, I mean, considering the backstab that Missile was on, it was like a long play that he committed to ever since the plant went down. And this is something that as you play against, you start to expect and start to, counter. It's gonna be 9 rounds that's required if Exceli need to make their comeback, and in consecutive fashion nonetheless. Caramel feels confident in his ability to land that first frag, shoots a bullet, doesn't take one, snaps his way back.
This time though, a bit of a relief moment for Exceli, because one chance economy down in the drain. He will get to play with the
There's no relief here.
slightly better weapons, but man, they're playing more with my heart, so.
I know, right? And again, when the round counter hits 12, there's no such thing as relief, bro. It's all sweat. You can see with that aggressive position that Markle has towards this ace side, it allows them to stack that B side way more.
But all this presence created towards A, all about trying to push one chance off of B, but that 3-stack very much remains alive. Pixels and Caramel ready to play, but Exceli, they back off on time. Instead, they're gonna head back towards that ace side. They smell something fishy in the air, and they make sure to trust their instincts,
seconds
rightfully
left.
so, because that would have been a disastrous moment. But talking about disaster, Markle with the shorty, waiting on the other end of this, and Zolo doesn't have flashes to clear him out.
17 HP. The pain. And Astro's not able to make his share of shots. Oh, okay, dude. Next level stuff.
He heard you.
Good stuff, good stuff. They have still the possibility to fight back, and they're doing just more than that. Sure, they have sticks and stones, but gotta be careful for your bones, man. Kyojin, the only one set up towards the side, has the means to exit a tough situation, but he needs to be very thoughtful about the kind of fights that he commits to, because he's the only one in a position of impact. Tries his very best, but not able to get a single frag, and that's a handicap. Now Exceli have to play up against. The only advantage is the spikes planted for them, so it's possible for them to spam, and it's still being stuck. Astro, the half stick, he could just fully commit on the back of this, and it's all down a missile to find the clutch for his team. One chance, given one opportunity, take it and push it to map 2 of Icebox.
One chance, one opportunity, and one map in the bag. They don't lose themselves in the moment, and instead they make Exceeli pay. 1-0 in the lead, and it's one thing to get stomped on, but it's a whole nother thing to get stomped on when the winning round is a thrifty. That is emotional damage right there for Exceeli Esports, and honestly, I'm not sure if they can recover.
I mean, we did give such a lengthy talk pre-game, right, about how Exceli are a squad that's stuck together for a while. I think this is where that, not only experience, but the chemistry really needs to shine. It's a best of 3 for a reason. You're allowed to lose one, It's part of the fun, as some might say. So this loss, sure, it's quite the loss against one chance in such a dominant fashion, but I don't see any reason why they can't make it back on Icebox. All they need is that one mental reset, and even if they do end up taking the dub on Icebox, we go back to dead even territory.
Exactly, and I think for that map, it's really gonna come down to
I have the spike.
the better players, really, because we saw, even though slightly rusty moments perhaps from Karamel, his positioning was always on point, and the thought process for One Chance very much so ensuring that the way they played it was in their control. Every single time One Chance able to dictate the play, and you could really see because of that they're able to come out on top. Where you see the wall One Chance you were using on their attack, normally teams would just take mid control and punish them, but One Chance, that's exactly what they wanted. They wanted those duels down towards mid early, and more often than not, they were able to make them work in their favor and make them pay.
Also, notice the kind of attacking movement that One Chance have. Every time they commit to a side, it's never a one-dimensional execute. They always have 2 avenues of entry, and they have a lurk pre-set up. So a lot of what their attacking setup is a lot of planned aggression. And that's the kind of discussion we had pre-game, right? It's all about the prep that happens before you enter the server rather than when you're on the server and live during the match. And I think that's something that One Chance have clearly displayed to us.
There they are. Shot down.
Yeah, most definitely. I think it's only gonna be even more so noticeable when it comes to Icebox, because the only changes I'm expecting in composition is both of the secondary initiators to just switch to that Sage, go for the no flash, really dual dependent double op lineups with that Jet and Chamber. And I think in that regard, right, with the way One Chance played their attack, a lot of contact setups, like you were talking about, slowly taking mid control, slowly taking up the extremes, and then looking for that execute on Icebox is that much better when you play contact, because you can really be able to shut down their defense and force them to start gambling. But on the other hand, we did see glimpses of hope for Rosa like this, where he was really able to step up to the mark. So I'm hoping he can be that stalwart to really help his team rally back, because Icebox is Exceli's map of choice.
I think especially at this level of competition, the aim game from everybody on the server is more or less similar, if not to some extent identical. It's all about how the setup is. And I feel like at least with the case of Exceli, Rosa, there were opportunities where he could have been set up better, where he could have taken better fights in a couple of those occasions. Sadly, shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? This
Yeah.
is a very, very heartbreaking loss for them without a doubt. But we're gonna head into their map pick next. We're gonna head into Icebox, where they could be the one deciding and dictating the storyline that everyone needs to follow. And that needs to be crucial. I always felt like One Chance never stopped playing to their strengths. Even on the attack, when they started losing a couple of rounds, they never stopped doing the lurk. They never stopped doing that split approach towards side. They relied and believed on their fundamentals and their prep work. I mean, it's easy to say when it's a 13 to 3 game, right? But it's all
Yeah.
about applying it even in the most easier situations and in the most dire situations.
Exactly. And 13 to 3, one chance. Every single player really stepped up to the mark. But Astro, he is the MVP, 23 to 7. And I think that Viper really thriving when he's not really endangered by any aggressive pushes. He's not really endangered when they are going for that contact play. And I think that really speaks the tale of this entire map where I feel like One Chance just never felt threatened because, like you said, even when they lost those few rounds, it never felt like Exceeli had somehow found the solution, the elixir really to shut One Chance down. It just felt like One Chance lost a duel here and there or were slightly off in their execution, and it was still very much their map to play. And we'll have to see if that changes at all in Icebox. If we see a completely different Exceeli, maybe because it will be the map of their choice, and Breeze does become a lot harder to play when you don't really have that pre-match preparation. You don't really have those mid-control setups already coming into play.
Yeah. And with the way Icebox is being, set up as map 2, I really want to see more proactiveness from Missile. I feel like with the way that B side was especially set up, Missile had very little chance to fight back. And even in the few opportunities where he elected to fight back, it didn't really go his way. I feel like what the way One Chance played, they perfectly countered whatever setup Exeli have had in mind, and that just gets me thinking. Exeli, a team that you can prep against, a team that you can work against, a team that you can counter strat, versus a team like One Chance who came together recently, who have more of a loose style in terms of how the calls are being made, but a tight approach as to how they're being enforced.
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, right, it felt like Missile didn't really get a chance to play every single time when when he was trying to hold down that B side. It felt like just exposed from too many angles, and that's where you could almost see the lack of communication really coming into effect. Where it can either be you've got that backup coming through from the nest from that Sova to ensure that your back isn't exposed for Missile, or Missile just has to play from the broken wall to ensure that he can't get flanked from mid either. And that lack of communication between him and his teammates really ensured that One Chance punished them and made them pay the price. And off of all of the back of really unorthodox setups, unorthodox wall from Astro. So clearly, One Chance, practice or not, they've got a clear identity and a style at which way they want to play, heavily focused on that contact. And I wonder if Exceeli, in the space of this little break that we're going to get between the maps, if they can figure out how to really punish them and make them pay.
Exactly, and there needs to be a different approach with how they're going about things, especially in terms of control. Like you said, the way Missile was, completely demolished was the fact that mid presence was a thing of, non-existence in the rounds where they were splitting B. And the problem then comes that you can't expect Missile to hold both B main and mid, right? Usually, even the
Yeah.
support towards B gets shut down so hard by the main presence that the mid lurk is just so much more potent. And again, in those kind of situations, having a much more structured default on the fly is so much more valuable. And that's where the knowledge and the impact of a very good IGL comes into the picture.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really curious to see what kind of unorthodox plays One Chance can really bring into Icebox because I have to say it's one of the most boring maps that we have in our pool. And there is
Boring
no
map,
room
seriously?
for unorthodox plays. Yeah, like you have to just play one way. There is no meta
True,
changing possibilities in
true.
Icebox, really.
I kind of, yeah, I think that's why I don't know, man. I used to really love Icebox when it released, not only to cast but also to play quite a bit. Because
Yeah.
again, as an operator player, it's kind of a lot of long range duels. As a jet player, you can just go in CQC, get a couple of frags, dash out. So it kind of encompassed my play style. But a lot of Icebox tricks, like you said, have already been rooted out, right? It feels like that
Yeah.
map requires another change in a, I think, far more drastic way. Especially, I feel like how mid is being played because both the sides you're essentially forced to take fights, which I already love. But with the way mid is set up towards Icebox, I think a little more innovation on that front, and this map will be damn fresh again. Let's quickly head back towards that map, Veto, because it's been a while from since we started this matchup. And Breeze, like we said, dominant match for the side of One Chance, and now we get to go into Exceeli's map pick of Icebox, where One Chance starts on defense. One Chance on defense, dude. You have Caramel, you have Hika. These guys are so warmed up. I've already seen brilliance from these folks. Now we might get to see the operator prowess as well, which is not something that we got to see quite a bit of on Breeze,
Yeah, Caramel's gonna be happy.
surprisingly.
He's gonna be like, finally, I get to just hold down that one angle and display my ability to anchor. But I think for Exceeli altogether, I'm curious what kind of compositions we're gonna see. Maybe try and match fire with fire and pick up that double duelist, get Zolo back on his preferred Reina. But I think what is very likely is we just see the Jet Chamber, Sage, Sova, Viper, Mirror lineups from both of these teams, and it basically then just boils down to execution in terms of the setups that they've come to play as well as the aim duels. So I think in terms of aim duels, definitely One Chance will have that psychological advantage after that stomp 13-3 victory on Breeze, especially since they were able to pick up a Thrifty. But in terms of the setups, that's where Exceeli, they have to prove their might. They have to show why they picked up this Icebox map and show that they've got something up their sleeves. Because otherwise, I think One Chance they'll just pull away. And well, while my prediction will come through, I will be kind of sad because I did expect this matchup to be really close.
I think both of us had this discussion when Harbor was released that Riot essentially launched Harbor to replace Viper. But that hasn't really happened quite a bit, and due to various reasons. Icebox is one of those maps alongside Breeze, which is a very Viper dominated map, right? So, what do you think needs to change within Harbor for him to be more prevalent on maps like Breeze and Icebox?
It's it's just like Harbor is as much a replacement for Viper as Fade is a replacement to Sova in the sense that they cannot directly replace their counterparts. You have to start learning how to play a different style. Where Viper is this pseudo sentinel controller, Harbor is effectively a pseudo initiator controller. You need to play aggressively with Harbor, and I think teams are just not willing to put in that extra effort to really try and explore the different ways they can play with Harbor, because it's not like Viper is bad, right? Because when Fate did come out, she was insanely overpowered. So was kind of weak. So it was worth for teams to really explore that Fade and go that distance. But Harbor isn't really overpowered, at least in the general opinion. I think he's overpowered. Nobody uses him. But hey, Viper is still great though. Like you don't really have to replace her. So it's just that extra effort, maybe that team's not necessarily willing to put in just for one agent.
True. Apart from a double Sentinel, I do see a route where this could go double Initiator if we get Lucko enough. I still find a small value of KO, and here's why. I'll be very honest with you. We're playing the old patch. This is the broken chamber that we're talking about. The
Yeah.
only counter to chamber is a KO. So I still find value in a double Initiator lineup if they're willing to sacrifice not playing with a wall and all that jazz, still viable. So if there's a difference in the market, I think we might have a double Sentinel versus double Initiator. At least that's what I'd put my money on. But do you think Exeli have at least got to a point where, yeah, they can go, okay, this map of Icebox, it's not something that were very popular for, because again, Icebox, a
Yeah.
map where they've played 16 matches in, they have close to a 56% win rate, and the last time we saw them play this map was close to a month ago.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if they pick up the KO. Not because the KO isn't strong, because like you said, I personally love the KO on Icebox. I think there's so much potential for him. Again, with those left click flashes because of the open areas available on both sides as well as mid, right? But it's really that question of teams have effectively really relied on that stage, and rightfully so, because the map becomes infinitely easier to play when you have that stage online. So removing that sage makes it that much harder to play. So maybe the only thing I could imagine is you actually have Rosa going on to the sage, and we see that optic lineup come through, the no duelist chamber KO lineup where they could have the double initiators to play.
In all honesty, the duelist in Icebox kinda makes a small difference in my opinion compared to the other maps. Uh, it's possible for you to play without the jet, but you kind of need to make do with playing ultra aggressive with your initiators, and it's an entirely different play style altogether. When you can't rely on a
Yep.
man to play point, you essentially have to have both men having each other's back, entering together alongside perfect utility, which again, in a perfect world, that might be the case, but we don't live in a perfect world. We live in a world filled with flaws, and that's what professionals are
Yeah.
known to exploit.
Exactly. So a lot of options most definitely available for Exceeli here. We'll see which one they do proceed with, but one way or another, I think what is clear is that one chance they've come to play. Astro as well, picking up that MVP on the back of those unorthodox walls. I expect him to continue through with the Vipers. So I am genuinely holding my breath, hoping that Astro can show us something new once again. Because to be perfectly honest, I don't think most teams in this tournament where the likes of Velocity or the Revenant will give him the chance to make those unorthodox plays. So it's really now that we get to see players live up to their creativity, find these small nooks and crannies, and show us something new.
Yeah, I think Astro has been a very, very top tier controller ever since he was what, Enigma Galaxy? That was like
Yeah.
close to a year ago. I've seen him man the hell up with an Astra. He's been phenomenal on his Viper. And again, a map like Breeze, a map like Icebox is heavily reliant on your controllers having a good game with their utility. If you don't have a good game with your controller on a map like Icebox or on a map like Breeze, your attack is just far too vulnerable for not only crossfires but
Yeah.
utility dump and everything that follows suit with it. Astro, in this case, if it's gonna be Icebox, I think we're most definitely gonna see his Viper. Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't leave the room for innovation, dude. I kind of get why you hate
Yeah.
Icebox. Not gonna lie, even I hate Icebox quite a
Yeah.
bit. Every time I see it in my ranked experience, I'm like, shit, why does not, dude? I have a no com controller most of the time. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
can't deal with that
Yeah.
stuff on the fly. But at least in the context of this best of three, if one chance do manage to close this out 2-0, I'm gonna be flabbergasted. CA. I know that you're gonna say that I saw it coming from a mile away, but considering that one chance of the newer roster and Exceli are the ones that have been having quite the history, it's not what anybody would have expected walking into day two of the Penta Pro Series.
Well, I think the difference is that, like, even though they are in your roster, this is a very experienced roster, right? That's why, even in my prediction, I feel like I likening them to the likes of White Swing, which, even though it's not a new roster, so to speak, it's not the main roster for most of these players. They come together for White Swing for specific tournaments, and they're younger players, which makes it harder to come together and find real traction as compared to the likes of Hikka, even Astro, like you said, very experienced with top tier players in Enigma Galaxy, played with the likes of Crazy Guy, who we're going to see later on in this tournament in Bleed Esports. So I think the experience in this roster really comes into light, and even though they may or may not have had a lot of time to really practice, you can see that creativity from their experience really coming into play. And I think that's where, again, it's really crucial for those experienced players to step up to the mark. And Astro with the MVP most definitely did, but Hika as well, right? And I think that's a very important player to point out, because this is a Hika that to most of his fans was used to be a Raze one trick pony. Literally could not play anything except the Raze, maybe the Sage once in a while, and that was it. But he's really evolved in that sense as a player. He playing that so beautifully, especially in that support role, but you can still very much see why he was that Raze one trick pony, still has that firepower within him.
Technically speaking, Raze is another viable duelist on Icebox. If you already have a cracked chamber who can man the operator at any time of asking, when you do have the Raze, the B side becomes far more easier for you to hit as an attacker because the boombot clears most of the common positions which the drone might not be able to. You're able to double satchel in towards the side, directly jumping into the back lines as the hit commences. So you have the opportunity to make gold out of chaos. And more importantly, the utility dump towards the A side. It's so easy to clear so many of those annoying off angles with both the boombot and the nade when you're making your entry. So I still find value in other duelists except for Jet in this match. I mean, at least for this map. But it's only going to be the agent select that sets it in stone, right? Can't wait till we get that up on board.
Yeah, exactly. And while I'm hoping with all my might, I have my fingers crossed as well that we don't see the Jet Chamber stage so Viper lineups, because that's basically a snooze fest. It's literally just aim duels between the teams. I think that's what we are likely to see. So we'll have to really hope that one of these teams is able to find the innovation one way or another. Because if we are going to see those lineups, it's basically going to become that eco battle where the defense wants to get those double operators online ASAP, and for the attackers, it's all about just playing it fast, cut and dry, and trying to deny the eco, trying to boil down those rounds to those 1v1, 2v1, 2v2 situations where even if they lose, the defenders are not able to build up their economy. And it's really a lot more of a chess battle rather than a Valorant battle. And while I do love me a game of chess, I'd rather than just go play chess rather than play Valorant. So
Wow.
I really genuinely hope that
I mean, I don't blame you, Brad.
Astro at
Gold,
least.
that this game is completely different. I've played games in
Yeah.
gold and I'm traumatized right now. So trust me, I'm happy for your mental health.
No, it's not just that, right? Even like the way we've casted this, I think at least like when you play ranked, like you said, no controller comps, you've got that extra bit of spice to try and lighten things up. But in the pro play, when you scrim this map again and again and again, there's only so much you can do, and it really comes down to individual plays. Like, don't get me wrong, there's still a lot of potential to be creative. You can use insane grim walls, you can use boost walls with the sage, but more often than not, teams, and rightfully so, they elect for the smarter plays, the safer plays, and those are what are kind of set in stone. Where you've got the Boaster wall towards the A side to shut off sandwich altogether, or you've got the idea of playing purely defensive on the B side with the Viper, playing on the retake, right? Like the macro ideas for pro players were, I think, makes the map slightly one dimensional, but I think Astro surprised the heck out of me on Breeze. I certainly didn't expect him to play that way. So I have my fingers crossed. I think One Chance definitely will pull off something creative.
I see the idea behind it as well, because you look at the fundamentals of a map like Icebox, right? It's very similar to Fracture in that way, where the defense is forced to take fights both towards A and B to make sure that they have control and they have information. So with the way the map one already went, and with the kind of highlight reel that we got to see from One Chance, there are players who are pretty confident in taking their fights. And considering that
Yeah.
it's the nature of this map, it kind of plays into them in small regards. But again, on a map like Icebox, especially taking main control and taking mid control, it's a very methodical process, right? And with this new roster, it might be a little bit of a hurdle in the first few rounds, maybe, but it's nothing that they cannot square off. It's still possible for them to pull this one off in a dominating way, like we mentioned. As we should
Yeah.
head into the agent select screen in about a minute as the players are readying up. My expectations for this match is at least hitting double digits on both the teams, because this is naturally a map where Exceli feels comfortable, and I'm pretty sure that the confidence from the side of One Chance isn't going to die down anytime soon. It's going to be a nail biting affair. What do you think?
Yeah, I hope it's a nail biting affair, right? Because while I will stand true to my prediction of that 2-0 for One Chance, I think these teams, again, their skill ceiling, it's incredibly close. Their ability to be those top tier players, it's incredibly close. So I think we deserve a close map today. We got to see Velocity stomp out White Swing. We got to see One Chance again continue that run onto Breeze. And I just want to see a map where the teams are neck to neck with the tides, able to turn with every single round. I want to see those key clutches come into play and those pop-off moments where heroes truly rise.
Heroes, villains, well, I mean, there's a whole story arc that were made for this entire team, right? We've talked about all 10 players in length, and we are sure to go live at any moment. There we go. There comes the raise nade. Let's go agent select, boys. I've done all the theory crafting. I've talked a lot about these individual players. Let's see
Oh,
if the money falls where it lies. Okay, Jet, Sova,
No,
Sky, double initiator. Interesting. Not the KO. That's the second. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Pixels. Thank you.
Oh, Pixel's picking up the KO though, and so we might get to see that no stage lineup from one chance. So there we go. We are talking about how creative this team can be, and they elect for that no stage lineup on Icebox. Now, I must say it's a very, very dangerous sword to play with, the double-edged sword, one may say, because it can work out beautifully. We saw it, especially in North America. There was a period of time where Chamber had just been introduced, where teams were flirting with the idea of the no stage, but it's so damn difficult to execute. So we'll see what One Chance have got up their sleeves. But on the other hand, I love this for Exceli. This is what I was talking about. Rosa coming through on that Reina. While KO is the standard answer for the Chamber, OG, the Reina can be that slightly alternate, unorthodox answer to that Chamber. So we'll have to see what Rosa can bring up to his play.
In all honesty, the only Rana that I've been impressed by thus far in South Asia has been Exceli, just due to the kind of
MW1.
I've not seen much of MW1 on Rena in all honesty, but
Fair.
if you say so, I mean, I know his rifle aim is crisp as hell, so it does make sense, but the kind of aggression is what I'm talking about, especially on a map like Icebox. You see Excali's Rena, it's something else, man. He doesn't want to press the S key whatsoever, and sometimes with how this game might go, there will be situation where you'll need to force fights. So how this is going to translate into paper might be completely different from what we expect. Again, that KO was something we predicted, right? Especially when there's a chamber on the enemy team, it's very important to have your KO be absolutely pitch perfect with their utility usage. And again, in an ideal world that is possible, we'll need to see what the chamber can bring to the board when he's up against the KO. The perfect counters on the board, the Ren on the other side, the KO here could not make a better story, my friend. And yeah, it's almost like, a weird
Yeah.
situation where my controllers. Yeah, that aside, that aside, we're gonna be live with game two anytime soon, ladies and gentlemen. So no sweat whatsoever. The draft just been selected, and with how the players are getting ready, we should be up in about a minute. We've already given up predictions, so do let us know your prediction in chat. Do drop a hashtag one chance or a hashtag Exceeli. I know the Bangladeshi community are a very proud community, and they support
It's
every team that participates in every tournament. So I'm looking forward to what the Exceeli fans have to say in chat.
I think it's Fear the Exceeli or Exceeli Pride. They have changed their setup a couple of times and their hashtags as well. But either ways, I think what we are going to see is innovation. Like you said, very different lineups come through. And maybe Rosa is able to live up to that Excali Pride. Like you said, he has been one of the few players who's really lived up to that Reina and lived up to the laugh that he's able to, that Reina truly does with that terror striking into their hearts.
It's gonna be Exceeli starting off on the attack. We can get to see the monstrous Rena come into full effect early on. Meanwhile, it's one chance on the defense duty. The push towards B. It's gonna be slow and methodical. They're gonna drone at every place that they think aggression might be a problem with. And again, the rotation slightly delayed, considering the fact that this could be a fake. I think Exceeli, they might just run away with the plant here if they play their cards right and fast. They have the wall. They've still not elected to use it, however. With 3 members now defending this B side and the KO just being one call away, it's going to be possible for them to hold this brilliantly, although the plan being forced down. They try to rush to deny the plan, but he's looking at the wrong side of the smoke, Astro. He finally gets a kill on a Zolo, but the plant's already down. 3 versus 4. Exceeli on the back foot, but the fight needs to come to them. They're not ready for it, however. The numbers dwindle, and this retake on full effect. One chance, they're given that chance, and they make good opportunity of it. Astro, the nerve on this man to push that wall and get that frag without being punished. Unbelievable stuff that One Chance are able to win this with 4 members up.
I'm beautifully done, right? Again, that idea of playing without the Sage, I think we may not get to see it come into play in that first half, but it makes it that much more crucial for One Chance to get off to a good start here, and they're able to do exactly that because it's the attack where without that Sage is going to get that much more difficult. But the same cannot be said for Exceli. I personally think the Reyna thrives on this attacking side a lot more than the defense, but if you go back to the old days of G2 where Zeke used to be on the team, he used to play that Reyna almost as an anchor, so maybe we get to see that's where Rosa will thrive. Either ways, an eco right here for Exceli, and Pixels is already off to a great
the pain,
start.
the misery.
With,
Ay. F in the chat,
Enemy
boys.
remaining.
I'm not gonna lie, I used to be a Marshall one trick myself. That's why that comes from a place of, you know, emotions. The pain really hit me there. Just as the bullets hit Marco. Astro should be able to get this final frag on a missile before missile claims pixels, however. 2 members down on the side of One Chance, and I think this is all that they could have expected, considering that they had bare minimum to invest. And now One Chance have that opportunity to skip the bonus, right? And an opportunity like this, I'd say skip the bonus at every chance you get. If 2 members are down, just upgrade to the Vandals and try clawing this round back. Although One Chance seems fairly confident in their approach with the Spectres and the Marshal onto Markle, that if they're able to do early damage and get early control, they might be able to even snag a little bit of early weaponry as well.
yeah, again, is that bonus for One Chance though, so like you said, they're gonna look to upgrade early, and with that flash play, Kramal moving up aggressively, but he's spotted out, and they're gonna flush him out as well. Zolo, he shuts them down, and Belong slowly turning into a massacre. One Chance, they're looking to back off, but Markle still has the Marshall trained.
Oh, Hermione just lands a sitter of a shot on the Markle. Had a pixel to work with. And Hermione looking to play ultra aggressive. Dude's feeling it alright. Man used the last map like it's aim labs. And oh no! Lucko.
Yeah, and that should basically be the end of the round right there. For One Chance, but Astro still able to find a gun. Potentially
Something
a
to
lot
work
more,
with.
but no. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a decent damage really done, right? For One
Exactly.
Chance, 2 weapons taken away, but I think Exceli, they'll be content with that. 2 weapons does ensure that they will still be able to get a full buy going into the next round. So for Exceli, I think it's just all about stabilization in the first half and an ability to ensure that not just they get off to a good start here, but also move off the pain that might have been inflicted after One Chance dominating victory over in Breeze. But the full buy coming through here, Markle is actually the one going through with the operator rather than Caramel. Surprisingly so, but need to get aggressive on that op, Markle. Not going to find much. Exceeli a lot more focused towards that B side.
This aggression on the back of that operator is going to give them so much of a flexible option towards this B side where they can stack more members. That might be something that Exceeli have planned out and are hoping to happen. Oh, goodness Christ. The anxiety, man. Sometimes I just can't hold it back. The 2-man advantage though, and they spot the spike. One Chance yet again, given the golden chance to lock out a round like this, where Exceeli, they don't have much money to fall back upon. Realistically, it's only Missile and Solo who have cash to reinvest. Everyone else is almost going to be dead broke. Important
Oh, and
frag.
Pixel's caught out. That lurk coming online builds that pressure now. Pedrosa, like you said, the spike still caught out, and Astro and Markle, they're ready to shut them down. Markle, poor guy, doesn't even get to play. His Astro just mops him right up, and Hika will finish them off. Markle's just waiting with the op that he'll get a peek, get a peek, but Astro just overpeaks him and shuts them down. And again, One Chance in the driver's seat.
They still have that operator, which is going to be the biggest piece of the picture, right? Once that operator comes online, unless you have a very good setup to remove it off their hands, it's going to be a menace on the defense, especially on a map like Icebox. So, for Exceeli and their interest, they need to try dealing with Markle in a very efficient and effective way as soon as humanly possible.
This time though, it is the eco for Exceli. They're trying to force down this B site now. They've got the Sage Resurrection in case things go wrong, but the wall slightly off opens up a spot in Nest. Not gonna look to exploit it just yet. Instead, playing it slow, static on the execute right here after taking B long to finally be able to get the plant. And crucial one, because now 5v5 on the post, they can play purely on the util. They've got the double snake bite, double shock dart. Exceli with a chance.
The angle, he almost had that frag, but he still manages to land it on Hermione. Rosa, quick trade with the Sheriff at range to deal with that operator, and Kyojin, what a tap and snap out. The revive expelled. A 2 versus 3, still doable, but it's now all on a missile with the defuse already being stuck. This is done and dusted. One chance, yet again, take the dub. They should be able to take that operator and more importantly, maintain their lead.
Again, that KO really coming into play. You mentioned this in the pre-lobby too, right? Like, not just does it counter that chamber, but the ability to counter the post plant to a large extent, denying Exceli and Missile the chance to play on those snake bites. They push in aggressively, and the thrifty possibility denied despite Rosa and Kyojin landing some nice shots.
This quick play towards A again. Now they're challenging the operator head on.
Oh no.
Markle has already shown what kind of a beast he might be. And Caramel start things off for Mackle. Beautiful play. They play off each other there as it works in tandem, and this aggression simply continues to be untamed. Zolo trying his very best, but at one point he needed to force a fight, otherwise utility and all hell would have come raining down in that position, and help was far away. The only possibility for Exceli to have this round opened up is if Mizzle is able to pull off a hero play, which is firmly denied by Hika. If they manage to do this flawlessly, man, the economy from One Chance is gonna flourish and blossom.
And it's not just the money, right? It's also the ultimates. The setup from One Chance in this round, beautiful. They use that trademark towards that B site on the back of the ultimates they have to play. The Hunter's Fury to deny the plant, the KO ultimate to ensure that it becomes an easy retake, and if it comes down to it, the Viper's Pit available too. So again, One Chance is gonna rinse and repeat. Play on that similar setup, but this time, the op, it's going to go towards Junction. Just like this, One Chance trying to deny that mid-aggression. Markle, can I get his moment to play? The recon revealing that presence, but Hika, he shuts them down already. The Hunter coming into play, and One Chance, they do manage to destabilize though. Exceli, they pull off a couple trades, but One Chance able to pull back, and Astro, he's coming through on the flank. Missile finding a key shot though, leaves Pixels shut down, and Hika and Astro left on their lonesome. Sandwich from either side. Exceli walk into a meat grinder, and they will be made mincemeat of. Missile left on his lonesome with just the Marshal to play. Finds an insane shot, but it's that much harder for him to find the spike. The Hunter's Fury, in case he recovers that spike, the recon to ensure that he doesn't get anywhere close. Hika, he's just playing it safe. And to add salt to that injury, to add salt to his wounds, he's even got the full shields on his plate.
You hear some?
30 seconds left.
There we go.
There you go.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
It got close though for a second there, OG. Again, Exceli almost pulling off a thrifty, and we're seeing potential, but not results.
Enemy remaining.
Nice flick. One Chance are slowly starting to run away with this game, man. This doesn't feel like a game of Valorant anymore, it feels like a drag race. Whoever gets a good start will always get the best finish.
Yeah.
Look at the amount of ultimates synced up on One Chance. They have the Blade Storm, they have the ult on KO, they have the Hunter's Fury, they have the Viper's Pit. Jesus Christ, imagine playing against that. Imagine playing against that double peak, yeah. Two nightmares altogether.
Markel gets a little too overeager and gets punished, and now one chance. They're gonna have to back right off, and Astro stuck in a awkward position with too many angles to cover. I think for one chance the best play here to try and re-aggress, but while they do that on the A side, they get
Nice
shut
snap.
instantly down. Exceeli, they make them pay for Caramel. He finds a trade and he's able to back off onto site, and Astro, he's managed to sneak in behind enemy lines. Wait, does he know that there's a chamber coming into play? His back turned through. Kyojin shuts him down. And that's the B site opened up with the lurk set up in kitchen as well. Kyojin, he's got something cooking up.
The plant's gonna be punched in at any moment at the moment. It stands to be a two-man disadvantage. He got decent positioning for him to pull off the 100 Fury. The punish from Kitchen can't be instantaneous due to the cover from Caramel. And they're expecting this kind of a play. Even the shock dart to channel that nice bait and switch. Beautiful job. They play off each other brilliantly, but only for a moment as Hika bites the dust, leaving Caramel with an all-to-do 1 versus 3. Apart from Deathmaker, he's another beast from the east, but he needs to really show his fangs if he wants a bite of this tough cookie. Otherwise, it may start to crumble on him. 89 HP, goes for the peak close range, and Rosa instant with the deny. I'm so happy that it's Rosa getting these kills, because especially as a Rena, it's so crucial that he finds such engagements. Not for the sake of confidence, but just to get the ball rolling.
Exactly. When you're especially playing that solo duelist arena, right? It's not just the pressure of those frags or using your orbs to the maximum potential. It's the idea that if your team doesn't find the entry, it becomes that much more difficult for you to play. But this time we're getting to see a lot more synergy from Exceli. Early round they play passively, a static approach almost to punish the aggression, but it's the post plant that has me really hoping with that contact setups already coming into play. But this time they don't play static, they don't wait for the aggression, and they're made to pay. The ops really coming online. Caramel and Markel each find one.
Scary.
It does come through, OJ, and again it's that area presence taking
Nice
for
shot.
them. Markel holding down A side, the lurk already set up towards B. They're worried about the flank with the trademark going down.
Look at Astro, he has the perfect off angle. Kyojin tried to pre-fire, had that to the back of his mind. Sadly, so does he have a bullet at this point. 7-2. Again,
And
dominant lead that we've been talking about.
Yeah.
It's yet to be dismantled. Exceeli, they've come to a point where they have 4 ultimates. Yeah, it's about time we see them use one. And finally, we're going to see the Today first from Kyojin.
they can go for that hard execute, try to set up the Viper's Pit on site, and even if they're forced off, they have the Hunter's Fury to play the post. But it's easier said than done, right? Because one big advantage of not having the stage and instead playing double initiator on this map with the duelist is that you get a lot more agency in your defensive setups. And one chance so far, they've exploited it with all their might. Now, the bait setup for Caramel.
They see it coming from a mile away. They just saw the gun barrel there. Instant with the punish. The close angle held by Astro. There's nowhere he can run. Throws down a little bit of cover and instantly disposes of the Viper's Pit. Puts a little bit of pressure on the board for Exceeli. Mind you, Exceeli are the ones with the man advantage. And Rosa just creeping on through. He hears the reload. He knows the setup. The drone! Oh no, Hika! Rosa does him dirty? Like that? Kind of hurts.
Still though,
And they're recommitting towards B. They're walking into the Viper ult. Astro getting that kill, it doesn't change a darn thing. They still want to commit. They still want to go for this. This is ballsy. This is something that One Chance did not expect. Always expect the unexpected, but they could not have accounted for this. The re-aggression, the replant, and now the 2-man advantage. Fades out. The backstab's in.
Enemy remaining.
Done and dusted.
nicely done by Exceeli there, choosing to recommit onto that B site on the back of Rosa's presence. And fair enough for Astro, right? As soon as he shuts down Rosa, he expects that they've left that Reyna on the lurk effectively and gone towards that A side. Tries to commit to the fast rotate, but Exceli playing the mind games come alive. 7-3 on board now, and already this map looking a lot more closer than Breeze altogether. And what
Fighting
that does
chance
mean,
is what they have.
yeah, and definitely, right? Even if they're able to get an 8-4, I would say in this first half, without that stage, the attacking side is where you can really punish one shots.
Recon dodged. And Markle going back to signature aggression. Not gonna find any value whatsoever, as everybody from Exeli are very patient. You can see that they're not even trying to take contact at A. They're just holding for a push, which is not to come. Markle posted up on this aggressive angle. It's easy for him to be traded off, especially if utility is used diligently. They're using the drone to buy Markle a little bit of space, and now Markle knows what lies ahead. Oh, yeah, he's trying to run. As soon as that drone came out, his position was given away. And they're trying to make quick work out of the aggro they just bought.
Yeah, but OG, the drone only pushing away Markle with the 3 people on site ready to play. Exceli, they trust their instincts though. They back off and instead gonna rely on this Kitchen
Nice
look
shot.
to help them play, but instead Kitchen turning into a bloody massacre. It's a 1-for-1 trade and missile, ensuring his team comes out on top. Again, that B side taken away, but it's all down
Hear
to
it.
Pixels right here. His position known.
Spike planted.
Exactly. Pixels hears not only the aggro through main, but also the backstab through orange.
You will
He's
not
relying on his position being a little incognito and him able to do more damage close range, up close and personal. Nice shot, nice thing to open it up. He still has the 0 point and the fragment to buy himself a little bit of space, but how is Missile still allowed to translate that position into success is beyond me. They knew exactly where he was coming from, they knew exactly what the plan was, and they still fell for it.
last round before the
Yeah, that's the confusing part, right? Because they knew Missile came through Kitchen, which means likely his lurk would be set up somewhere around main B site, somewhere around Moon or under Kitchen is where you would normally expect him. But I think timing getting the better of one chance right there, because Pixels walked right past him and didn't check his right side, and that really helped Missile out at the end of the day. 7-4 now, and already Exceeli in a great spot right here in this first half with a better weaponry in this round. The ultimates all available as well. The Viper's Pit and Hunter's Fury especially crucially so. Exceeli in prime position to pull off a 7-5, and they're going for that 5-man execute to try and get the easy plant down and play on the post.
They set up the wall. They're getting up close and personal, and there's nothing to deny thus far. I think Hika should have a shock dart lined up for this exact plant, though it doesn't land to hit the finishing blow. Mackle's been taken out. Zolo with an immaculate double, and this round quickly sways in the favor of Exceeli. A recovery mission well done for their first half endeavor. Ah!
What?
Not the knife that you want to pull out when there's a back right in front of you. That much I must say.
Still gets the kill though, and now Caramel
Feeling
trying to
area.
bait out fire the tracers to help him play, but Exceeli, they're patient as ever. They wait it out and the utility comes into play. Pixels now with the null command moving in, but it's a little too late. 7-5 picked up for Exceeli, and again, is that static approach once they get into sight that really helps them out. Markle a little too overeager, and we've seen that throughout this first half where after that scout round almost where he had a bit of a whiff, I feel like Markle's building up extra pressure on his shoulders, and in certain moments, Exceeli have punished him, but I like seeing a player who just believes and has the confidence to go for it again and again despite the results.
Hopefully it's a new half, new Exceeli, right? They can start this off with a pistol victory, get the momentum wave, maybe even find the equalizer early so they play it from level pegging.
It's really all about the plant right here. You cannot allow one chance to plant in any situation, because just
Look
as
at the
how
utility,
weak,
right?
yeah, just as how weak their plant ability might be, their post plant is absolutely insane. Retaking against the KO with that knife coming into play, almost nigh
fragment.
impossible. So, yeah.
You have shock darts, you have poison touch, you have everything, dude. It's gonna be a headache, to say the least. Pixel close range. He doesn't push that? Is that supposed to be just a bait?
No, look at Caramel.
They're walking back.
Oh, but this time, Hermione's pushed top tubes and he's expecting that rotation. Trying to mark it off for his team, but it's really all down to Caramel. He's got to clear off the site, but before that, they've got to clear off this hurdle. 10
Like you
points
said,
for
getting the plant's gonna
Gryffindor
be
is
hard,
what-
right? Oh, nice entry. For a second, I thought
just
Hermione
go
would
back
have
deep.
gotten that and fallen back.
Could just go back deep, but they elect to commit to this A site and they're gonna face a double stack right here. It's all down to
Jeez.
Caramel to find that opening frag and with a beautiful flick,
30
he does
seconds left.
just that.
Spike planted.
Wow.
Up front position as well. Rosa is kind of aware that the push is gonna be up and personal. And now Rosa, being overhealed, can play overconfident. Caramel eats 2 bullets to the head.
Last player standing.
And he's okay. This is a possible clutch for Rosa. 1 versus 2. We've seen brilliance from this man in the past. He needs to absolutely outread the situation to the T. Half stick
no, Pixels.
and Pixels patient with the right click. And you were mentioning, right? The plant ability is not there, but the post plant hold is just so strong. The main reason they go for such a strategy like a fake is due to that exact reason, CA. If your strength is not in committing, then you fake around. You fake the rotations. You find the weak link and you punish the weak link.
And again, it's Caramel playing on that lurk, right? Just like we saw on Breeze, able to take up so much space on the back of the presence his team creates. He's able to free up that A site and find that initial frag to open it up altogether. A crucial pistol really picked up for 1 chance because, again, it delays that operator for Kyojin that much more so. Caramel though, this time, expecting that push in on that eco punishes him out, and likely, because it is that eco for Exceli, he's just gonna look to hold it down, mark their flank.
Caramel, he
No.
spots him at range. Yeah, Kyojin.
Yeah.
Only the headhunter to work with did not have much opportunity to begin with. And a 2-man disadvantage. Exeli really would love to do some damage considering they invested just a TD bit. Especially Zolo with the Sheriff. Could be a small but viable threat.
Oh, and
Astro is
celebrations
just
again coming
vibing,
in.
dude.
Yeah, Astro's just like, alright, your job is done, guys. You got me into yellow now. Scatter. I will handle the rest of this fight because A side completely open. 1 chance will get the plant done. Easy peasy on that site. Astro now already set up for that lurk. They know he's here, but they can't afford to try and clear him out because of the time that will be bought for 1 chance. So instead they spread out looking for some frags. They're exposed though and they'll get taken down like flies. It's not a flawless, but a brilliant anti-eco nevertheless from 1 chance.
Yeah, the closest you can get to it. Again, losing a Spectre, not really the worst thing to happen because the player who has the Spectre can just directly upgrade to a Vandal, right? When you directly upgrade to a Vandal, then you'll have versatility in the kind of fights that you can take. Versatility in range. How closely is
Yeah,
it to your
exactly.
monitor, CA? I think Rosa sits like close to maybe 5 inches or 6 inches away from his monitor. What about you?
I think if I had the option to do that, I would. Unfortunately, I am of the laptop kind. I haven't got
Oh,
myself
F.
a PC just yet. Yeah,
F.
Sag life. But yeah, I think I would be an extremely close monitor player because that's how I used to be. But hey, I don't know. We'll have to find out. But certainly we've seen some amazing plays from the likes of the same. But this time, it's on their bonus, and I love this idea from 1 chance, just trying to force it down, something they haven't done before, and something that Exceli may not necessarily expect. And it is that A side that is way easier compared to that
Oh,
without
Astro!
that stage.
Dude, manager's jumping in. He's the controller and he's taking the first fight. Hermione, a little bit of a resistance as he manages. Oh, the tap! Pixel sent back into spawn. And that A side push demolished. Precisely the reason why you cannot force a side take when you do not have the agents to do so.
Still, what is that from Astro?
Exactly, dude. He's like the speed demon, bro.
It's like, surprise! Hermione, though, brilliantly held on that side. The anchor truly coming online and ensuring that for Exceeli, the hope is still very much there, because if they lose that round, the hope's lost. You lost your economy, the operator almost impossible, and effectively
he's-
lost the round as well. Pamarkle trying to set his team up for a mid to B, instead just gets taken down. Easy peasy. Now you can see Astro, he's managed to sneak himself into sight, but the spike left behind. Pixels on low HP as well, gets taken down by Missile, and suddenly One Chance caught unaware.
They have one fight offered to them, and that's in kitchen. That's the only fight that could be even somewhat even Stevens. Finally, they force it, they take it, they win it. Still though, a two-man disadvantage that they have to fight from, and Kyojin just sprinting into the site gets both the frags, as he could call himself the cleanup crew. And Exceeli Esports look to be right back in the game, right back where we expected.
Yeah, and again, right, this matchup much closer, OG, compared to what we saw in Breeze. You can clearly see that the both of the teams much more prepared, but even more so, much more comfortable on this map, at least for Exceli, right? And it's setting us up for a really exciting affair, but One Chance now starting to default to those fast hits. It just hasn't worked out, so they've got to go back to those default plays. Like you said, play on the rotations and try and pick them off one by one and really make them pay for their mistakes. But Exceeli trying to be disciplined as ever, holding down fort and denying them even that opportunity to come alive. Irrespective, this is an eco. This should be a comfortable one picked up for Exceeli.
Considering Caramel is so close to his study force, I think there could be the opportunity for them to convert on a round like this, but that's only if Exceeli give them an olive branch. You can see how passive Missile wants to play this, right? He wants to be as safe as humanly possible, and Caramel now has the opportunity. Is he gonna unleash the Tode Force? Yes, he is. Mind you, this is the old patch Tode Force, broken as living hell. Kyojin suppressed, the plant forced. Playing a retake against the Tode Force is incredibly hard just due to the fact of that slow AoE. There's no trade potential whatsoever. So if you're gonna take a fight against Caramel, you better win it out.
Oh, but look at
Pulls the other angle. Oh, he almost landed that shot. Needs to break that recon. And now things are starting to get a little bit sweaty for his own liking. The backstab now in full fruition. Pixels quick to deal with it. And now it's only Caramel to stand. He gets a crucial shot on the Zolo. TPs his way back to safety. They know where he's playing from. He needs timing. He needs a little bit of fortune. He gets the frag. He could get the clutch, however. Plays the timing. Plays the aggro. Plays the mind game. And he plays him to perfection. Caramel, the beast from the east.
Jeez Louise, Caramel popping the heck off, and you called it from the start. That opening pick on the Headhunter to get the Tode Force online, and he most certainly wanted to play. Out of all of them shots, he only missed one, and Vix was ensuring to have his back. 5 HP for the clutch. Caramel absolutely
disgusting.
popping off, and these kind of clutches, like you said, disgusting for the opponent to face, but rallying for your teammates themselves, because after those clutches you're like, surely nothing can take us apart.
Exactly. And now Pixel's popping his ultimate. It gives a very good chance for this ace side attack to be untamed whatsoever. No utility to put a stop to this whatsoever, and Pixel's still able to find the first frag. They deny any kind of counterplay whatsoever, and now off the bat of the man advantage, they just need to play positioning in the Viper Spit itself. Mackle got a little sweaty. At least he still has his life intact, which is the more important piece of the picture. They cannot afford to give away numbers here due to the kind of post-plant positions that's been played.
That's where you can really see the strength of those postmans coming into play. Just beautifully
Line up.
called for both of these teams, and a nice try for Missile, but just denied. Again, a beautiful call from One Chance. I think Astro is IGLing. I'm not 100% sure, but it does look like that to be the case. But the call beautifully done because of the simple fact that the opposition tour de force coming into play. Kyojin's tour de force completely denied. They recognize the fact that they've got their own null command online on Pixels, and they don't play that defaulty slow style where the tour de force might actually make them pay. Instead, they rush down the site and get a crucial post plant on the back of their Viper's pit and just as easily pick up the round now. You've got a bit of a broken buy here for Exceli. Match point on the cards for one chance, and already they're picking up the pace. Pedal to the metal, but it does end up being a trade till Astro gets shut down, and Exceli, they pick up the advantage, but Pixel's in a forward position and so is Caramel. Can he find this Viper in her world? It's all down to Caramel and Pixels right here. They've got to find a pick and make a play.
And mind you, Exeli, their room for error is slowly disappearing. And One Chance are hoping for such a mid-round, because this is where they can slowly exploit that grindy kind of 30 seconds where they will find that opening. At least that's what's been the consistent factor for One Chance. Sadly, not on this occasion. Hika? He has that Hunter's Furies up. If Caramel and Hika are able to double up on each other, hypothetically this is very doable. But Exceeli, it's basically reliant on them giving gunfights away. Nice dismiss. They have a little bit of support to play off each other, both Rosa and Zolo. Cool, calm, composed towards the mid round, and Exceeli managed to restabilize themselves.
Stability is key right here because it helps them build up their economy and deny that match point, series point, crucially so. 11-8 on board, and I think again, for One Chance, it's all about setting up for those defaults, farming those orbs and forcing those rotates, but they're gonna go for the buy right here. I fully expected the eco because they've got the round difference in their back. But Astro calling it perhaps that, hey, I'm okay with the Spectre, let's just go for the play. They've got the Hunter's Fury to play the post, and they're gonna rinse and repeat on this ace side. But Kyojin holding it down and no 0 point to shut him out. That's an easy pick for Exceli. And now they can just back up, play 4-man on site.
And again, they had the man advantage, but quickly stashed away. Caramel diffing Kyojin. They still want to walk into the site. Rosa caught napping, and they force out the revive to keep the numbers dead even. The rotation, as usual, towards that minute mark, towards the B side. They've not fully committed on the back of this as well. They have the opportunity to maybe fall back towards mid, still explore other opportunities, which is exactly what's happening. Astro just walking back to the A side. Knife out! No! Solo! Unlucky. Unfortunate. But Caramel sniffs blood out of thin air. And sniffs opportunity where he treads.
30
This
seconds left.
could be map and match point for One Chance if they're
Hunter's
given
Fury.
the opportunity. And they have the Hunter's Fury to deny. There we go. The spike still goes down though. And now comes the difficult part. The post plan. Markle yet again continues to be a menace as he finds missile in the back line. That's no cover for the post plan essentially. And Markle could double up. Rosa bites the dust. Is this the beginning of the end for Exceeli in their upper bracket run? Markle certainly making it look like he's dancing on tombstones at the moment. And map, match, and series point on the hands for One Chance. They have 4 rounds to find closure.
One Chance in the right spot, in cruise control right here, trying to shut this map and this series off. Set a date with Velocity Gaming to play. And again, it's on the back of Caramel, right? Despite losing those initial picks, Caramel really popping off in this map, finds 2 key shots and enables them to go back to that A site. Again, grouping up for that fast A execute. This time, Exceeli with a slight adaptation in their defense. They've set up for the fast B flank, which gives them all the information they need to ensure that they can
Oh,
shut down
no.
this A site and trying to do exactly that. The Empress, she comes online. Pixel checking his left
Wait.
and right, but from up above, hell rains through. The trades, those still come through, and Exceeli,
Flight.
they're pushed back. 2v3 on site, the plant should be able to come through, but it's all about shutting Hermione down because it's a double flank.
They sniff it out. Yeah, missile giving away that audio cue. They're trying to face this. Caramel gets instantaneously shut down. And Exeli survived by the skim of their teeth. 12-9. And you can see the faces on Exeli, right? The smiles. You can see Hermione. It's like, hey bro, I dealt to them so well, that double flank worked. And that's the way it's supposed to be. You don't let the pressure and the intensity of the situation hit you. You need to play this game like you're taking the lead and you're in control. Especially when your back's against the wall, because that's when desperation hits.
Exactly, and I think at the end of the day, it's really down to those teams that are able to maintain that consistency despite the pressure, despite all of the trials and tribulations they may go through. Hermione shutting
and
them
tease.
down, the daggers not finding their mark as well. Exceeli likely to wrap this one up with a nice bow. It is an eco though.
Yeah. What we could expect from one chance is a dub, but only in the round following. Right now, again, it's all about damage, right? If Caramel maybe gets another kill and dies, he will have the headhunt. I mean, he'll have the 30 foes. So it's a very, very key piece of utility that could be put to use in the post plant, like he did in those rounds prior. It's pure contact that the last two members from One Chance are good trying to attempt. Again, the best way to find a frag in this opinion, at least you'd find something isolated. Maybe like Rosa here. Nah, Rosa finds you in return. The triple to close things off. 12-10. Exeli still keeping their hopes alive as they're 2 rounds away from forcing overtime on their map pick of Icebox in this best of 3.
That works.
And again, I love the way Rosa's playing on these sides. And happy to leave him on his lonesome. And it's a throwback to Zeke back in his G2 days. And it's what I was talking about, right? For that Reyna on the defense, she can really play almost like a pseudo chamber, where she's able to get that one frag and then just back right off. But Rosa, he knows that they've really haven't got weapons inside, doubles down and shuts them down now. The buy is coming into play, Kyojin with an operator online as well, and a really aggressive push from Exceeli towards his A side. They've got all the information they need in the world, and with Caramel having his back exposed, he's shut down, putting one chance in an impossible spot. With the null command, they're trying to force down the site, but without that stage wall to plant, they're instead gonna have
Almost
to
the
force their
collat.
way into the site. Pixels, he picks up one for Kyojin, he denies the trade, comes online, and all the way through Snowman, one chance, they're just looking for a fight and they get dumped.
2 versus 2.
Spike planted.
Exeli fighting for their upper bracket life, and they're able to convert this to the advantage. Pixels not able to make the transition towards Snowman. And Exeli, we've mentioned this in the start of this map, that once you play post plant, it's advantage going the other side.
Yeah.
Exeli managed to make a very difficult call in the heat of the situation and managed to stabilize. One chance. You can see the looks on their faces. They really want to close this one out right here, right now. If they draw this out anymore, they'll give one chance to Exceeli, and Exceeli might be right back into this one.
Nice wordplay. But again, like you said, right, one chance, they've got to close it out, and they've got the possibility to do exactly that, because they've got a bit of a buy. It's a broken one, no doubt, with Pixels on the light shields and the Spectre for Astro, but all of the utility coming into play with the Viper Spit online was definitely a chance. Now, they've got to spot out the fact that Exceeli, the only reason they've been able to deny these hits is the aggression with which they're playing with, but Exceeli staying one step ahead. The one round where you can see one chance, take a step back, be static and wait for that aggression. Exceeli, they put on the brakes, they decide to hold it down, and now the operator coming into play. It's that patience game, but One chance,
Oh
they
no,
managed to
the last
sneak up with their
second!
might, and the unscoped, the timing comes through for one chance in Caramel. Zolo, though, holding it down, gets traded out, and that's the site picked up, and the plant as well. The
Viper
Viper's pick
spit!
now set up, and the world set up for one chance to take away the map and the series.
Like absolute heroes, they come at the last possible second.
Oh my god.
And it's a very, very hard retake for Exeli. Not only do they have the Viper Spit to fend off against, but there's so much post plan on the board. You have the Sova, you have the K, you have the Viper still up.
Scanning
A
ahead.
quick flank from 410. The Recon's gonna send Pixels to his grave, but Caramel from up beyond is covering his teammate for good measure. The triple kill, and Caramel has the opportunity to put the final nail on top of the coffin. Exceeli sent down to the lower brackets.
And you coined it, Oshi, but that beast from the east certainly coming alive on Icebox. Several rounds on the back of Caramel picked up. Exceeli doing their best to deny, but Caramel just nigh unstoppable, man. On that chamber, really, truly coming alive. What an absolute menace he has been to Exceeli. And 13-11, they pick up the round. But the timing for Kyojin and Caramel in that situation, just as the unscoped Caramel peaks, it really did become that game of chicken.
Classic. Classic. You know, this is classic Valorant. Down to the T, man. Oh, we wanted a very close game, and that's what we were rewarded with, CA. And I'm very happy that it went 13-11. This is one of the most nail-biting games that we've gotten to see thus far in the Penta Pro Series. And with this being only day 2, you just gotta keep hoping for some more.
Especially with the way these rounds went down to the wire, right? It was a 13-11 extremely close map, but with rounds as well looking like they could go either way. Again, those individual plays really coming into light like we talked about, and Caramel really stepping into that spotlight. But for Exceli, they've shown that there is hope very much despite their plight, and I think that simple fact is going to set themselves up for a nice lower bracket run. They just got to make sure that they're able to clean up their map pool to a certain extent on the maps they're not necessarily as comfortable with. But I think it's a really exciting matchup now in that lower bracket for Exceli versus White Swing. Either way.
Exactly. Oof, I think both of us need a small breather. This is a very, very intense game of
The
Icebox.
adrenaline, man.
And for all the, you know, smack that we talked about Icebox in the pregame, I think Icebox is the only map that's done us justice throughout the entire tournament thus far.
Exactly, the irony.
It's rich. One chance. Not only did we see Caramel come off with hero performances, but players like Markel and Astro did not fail to leave their mark. Astro was instrumental in the attack, you know. You never, at least I have never seen a Viper who's willing to jump past a Viper screen before the duelist can.
He's got the cojones of steel. He just does. And that's the way he likes it, but I think that first half, at this point, it looked like one chance they had it in the back, but I love the fact that Exceeli adapted in the first half to be able to just slow it down in those key moments and catch one chance out, to be able to push it to that crucial scoreline and then pull it all the way back. But just on that finish line, when they need to edge their way through, they're able to push it back.
One enemy remaining.
Oof. Exeli gonna be slightly disappointed at the way this ended, especially with the kind of comeback that they displayed in the second half. It looked like for a good moment there they were in their own zone and mojo, especially Kyojin. He truly found form in that second half. A valiant attempt as well from Rosa, who came alive on multiple occasions. And in a game where it goes 13-11, say, there are a couple of rounds where you're gonna go back to the drawing board and feel like, oh dude, we should have just done this a little differently. Why? This is not one of those games, man. I think so much happened which is out of the box, out of the blue, that you can't go back to the drawing board and make logic out of it.
Enemy remaining. Spike down.
Yeah, no, you most certainly can't. And That's why it's the ironic thing, right? Icebox literally on fire is not what we'd expect. But these teams, these also beautiful, innovative teams, giving us incredibly different compositions from what we'd expect, and giving us a map to really thrive. But I think at the end of the day, this really speaks to what we were talking about, which is it's not like it's impossible for Icebox to be fun. It's just that it's become this stale meta. So if there are teams willing to take the plunge, to take that risk, to take an extra step and deliver, we most certainly might find our way. But after that clutch from Caramel, I thought it was GG. Go next is the end of the day.
30 seconds
Lol.
left. One enemy
And Exeli
remaining.
proved you wrong, at least on that occasion. And frags like this, man, Zolo really try to do the right thing, but you get caught off in a way where your knife is out. Yeah,
Enemy remaining.
doesn't matter what maneuver you're trying to pull off, you just don't get sleep after rounds like those.
One enemy remaining.
And with all the effort Exeli put in, that lower bracket run, whoever they're facing off against, they gotta be a little scared, considering the kind of heroic performances that we did get to witness today. I did feel bad
Exactly,
for Zolo
right?
though. I feel like Zolo kind of cooled off after map 1. We saw like heroics from Zolo in map 1 to propel this team just a little ahead, right? We didn't really get to see much out of the stage in this map.
Definitely. It's just that playstyle factor, right? Where I think Zolo, he's always been that arena player, a lot more ability on that KO, but on this stage, you don't really get as much opportunity to make them plays. Either ways, though, like you said, I think Exceli, they are a team to look out for in that lower bracket simply because of the fact that I think another factor that really played against them was a factor One Chance brought into play, which was their innovation with their unorthodox compositions and playstyles. With that breeze mid wall for the Viper in that first map, then coming through with the no stage lineup here in the second, One Chance most certainly making that statement that they're here to play and they're not just going to stick to the meta. They're playing their own style. And I think that caught an older team like Exceeli off guard. They were able to adapt and push back on this map, but perhaps a little too late. Either ways, they've got that second chance, and I think they will certainly come alive.
Well, we better hope so, right? The entire point of the lower bracket is to give teams a second chance to see what best that they can offer. And hey, in that lower bracket run, I have my eyes on Exceeli, I have my eyes on Reckoning Esports, and you guys will have your eyes on them tomorrow as well. So don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. This might be the last match that we had for today, but I think today had the best possible end.
Yeah, I'm really glad we got a close map to end us off because it's almost it sets the stage for what's about to come. This is just day 2. We've got a whole week's worth of action left on the table between these teams, and the stakes they're only increasing, OG. Our lower bracket set out for tomorrow with teams fighting for their lives, but One Chance setting a date with Velocity on the other day for a chance in the upper bracket finals. And on both sides, we've got some cracking matchups. So I'm excited for the way it's going to unfold, where it may have been a fast start to the day. The close propensity with which we saw it unfold towards this last map, it ensures that
Exactly.
the way we're going into the rest of these days, this is what we're going to see.
We're gonna see a whole lot more of this, I feel, man. We're gonna see a
Let's
whole
go.
lot more.
I'm
The
gonna
kind of
strap in.
teams in that upper bracket are scary enough, and those are teams that we get to follow on a later on date, right? Tomorrow, it's gonna be a day of endurance. It's gonna be Judgment Day for some of these teams.
Yeah.
At least if you're an Exeli fan, if you're a Reckoning fan, you truly hope that they can mentally reset themselves after that opening game and are able to bounce back and show true form. At least on the context of lower brackets, I feel like Exeli and Reckoning have a true upper hand due to the way that their team is set up, due to the players that they have, due to the roles and synergy that's already existent within those organizations. So it's going to be a very, very interesting day tomorrow, CA. And this man on your screen right here, Caramel, we mentioned that before the game, this entire tournament is this band of players trying to make a name for themselves. Caramel had us chanting the entire 2 hours. So I think his
Man.
name has gotten enough PR today.
Oh, most definitely, and he deserves it, right?
Wait,
Popping
does
the
it say
heck
clutch
off.
100%? Clutch percentage 100%? I thought my eyes were a little weak. His aim is even more strong. Wow.
100% clutch percentage on this map. Caramel really stepping up to the plate. But hey, looking at those brackets, right, this is what we're talking about. Tomorrow, we're going to get to see that lower bracket coming into play. Reckoning versus Wapple Swords and White Swing versus Exceeli, fighting for their tournament lives on the line. The stakes ever so increasing. But even in that upper bracket, we've got these exciting matchups: God's Reign versus
Exactly.
Revenant, Velocity versus One Chance, and definitely One Chance that I wasn't expecting the way they turned up, right? The innovation they brought to the table, beautifully
Yeah.
done, going to give a tight fight in that matchup.
So there's this small storyline in the upper bracket between VLT and One Chance. Because if I'm not mistaken, Caramel, Hellfighter, and Deathmaker used to play for the same team way back in the day. And now they're
Yeah,
playing up against each other in the upper bracket. True stakes. And again, you look at the other matchup in the upper bracket, it's God's Reign versus Revenant. Again, with the kind of game that we got to see from Revenant yesterday, the nail-biting affair against RGE, it's gonna be the clash of a lot of old and decorated personalities. We get to see Sai taking on a head-to-head fight with the boys at Revenant, which is not going to be easy whatsoever. Because I'm really looking forward for that operator-to-operator battle, which is going to be a very, very big part of that matchup. There's a
yeah.
lot left for this tournament. Again, this is only day 2 of what is, if I'm not mistaken, a 12-day event, and we've already gotten to witness such extravaganza. If you had to close the day off with, I don't know, a statement or something to take away from it, what would you think that would be?
I think Beast of the East, really, because Caramel really lit up the stage, right? And
I know,
it's
right?
especially interesting because you mentioned that fact that in the upper bracket, we're going to get to see Deathmaker, Hellf, and Caramel come into play. And when Deathmaker and Hellf hear the fact that Caramel's been coined Beast of the East, they're sure to get enraged. They'll be like, hello? Uh, hello? Have you seen us? Hello? But
No,
yeah,
that's funny because
exactly.
that's something we used to say a lot about Deathmaker and Hellf
Yeah.
when they were making the clips, when they were at their prime. And this is like the return of Caramel. So if his return can be, beating out his old comrades and actually taking down a juggernaut in the form of VLT,
Yeah.
that would be a return that's gonna make front lines, my friend.
Yeah, and not just for Carmel, right? For Hiccup, for Astro, for this entire team,
True.
One Chance is the name of the game, and they're trying to live up to the mark. They've most certainly done so with their first match. But hey, OG, it was a hell of a day. We had some stomps, we
Sure.
had some close matches. Either ways, any closing remarks to close us off?
Well, day 2 has been exhilarating, even though the first map was a little bit of a sag. But hey, it is what it is. This is a lot like life, You're given the cards, you just need to know how to
Yeah.
play the game. And the game will be on your screens tomorrow at 3:30. You know where to find us. Drop a like, drop a subscribe, hit the bell notification to know every time we're live. Not only with Valorant, but amazing esports action in general. Me and Sia are going to take a back seat to this. I'll see you guys at the other side tomorrow. Good night and take care, ladies and gentlemen.
Flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. 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 Get down, cause I'm here to flow. down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow.